to which we welcome all. Talking shit, spitballing and busting your balls. We all love Star Wars, the uniting cause. But as long as you love Lego, it ain't breaking no laws. We got guests, crop talking random topics, leaks, rumors, hot takes like psychotropics, range rankings, and of course all the latest gossip. What's your wish list? What's it gonna take to cop? Let's do a roll call of our illustrious host, hailing stateside in UK, coast to coast. Paddle on the dawn, shuffles in, packing the cake. All stiff for us, stiff while he making it shake. Most vengeance here to send us back to 99. Oaktown, always down, letting love light shine. Hailing from the Emerald Isle comes Slurpy ho-ho. Pot of gold at the rainbow, stop motion maestro. West Country with the key, thespian by night. Monthly bucks of boys try to guess it right. Cool Han with the plan, talks the head of the pay. And Biff, Welsh Dragon, see you all at the range. So grab yourself a drink, let's get the show started. Comments in the chat, even replay gets harder. Make yourself known, so we can shout you all out. Cool Han Luke, check it out, come see what it's about. Cool Han Luke, Cool Han Luke. We about to blast off like we dropping a note. Cool Han Luke, Cool Han Luke. Rock your head to these beats like you were Surf Duke. Cool Han Luke, Cool Han Luke. We about to blast off like we dropping a note. Cool Han Luke, Cool Han Luke. Rock your head to these beats like you were Surf Duke. A Lego check show to which.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hello. We're here somewhere. Wait a sec. No, where are we? This happens every week. How do I stop that from happening?
There you go.
What's that all about?
Two little people next to each other.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Okay, guys, welcome to episode 40 and season 4 finale. I'm gonna get it right this time. It's not
How long is the season, mate?
Oh Jesus, mate! It's not that hard to work out, is it? Season 4 finale. We're on episode 40.
See,
I've made it nice and easy. Yeah, I should just to make it easier for you. I should do it in episodes of like 7 instead of a nice round number like 10. But yeah, it's 10 episodes a season, mate. So this is the end of season 4, and then we kick off season 5 next week. Yeah, it's weird though because it feels like 2 episodes ago where we were having that conversation where I got it mixed up. But that was 10 whole episodes ago. Wow. But yeah. So episode 40. The guys are drinking their tea. I'm joined, as always, by Whittakee. Still rocking that Chicago hat. Has he even taken it off since the last stream? Who knows?
Oh yeah.
I'm also joined by our newest host to the long list. It's getting to the point where like there's not going to be any viewers because they're all hosts.
Now you're joking, mate.
Exactly. So Nimble Saucepan, the man behind the Bluestone, and also wearing a fitting blue t-shirt. So yeah, nice. Wait a sec. Is that a? What? Oh yeah, you went to breakfast. Oh mate, you part of the elite squad now.
He's only a tenner. Why not?
Did you you attended just like as a guest? I'm guessing, yeah.
Yeah, they were selling these at the front, and I went with a load of cash. And you don't come out of a Lego convention with cash, so I just thought, why not?
Someone does.
Yeah, but I spent it all now.
Enough for next year's trip.
I spent it all now. Guess what's coming tomorrow?
Oh, here we go. The Christmas X-Wing.
No.
The Razor Crest.
The Razor Crest.
I'm going to save this money now. I'm not going to spend it. I'm going to save it for next year.
Yeah. No, that was money that wasn't to do with that.
The best part. Couldn't get him to spend any money at BrickWorld. Leaves BrickWorld, goes to the airport, bought himself a hat. That's quality. And the worst part is he went and bought the hat.
Snow globe.
He went and bought the hat whilst I was in the toilet. And I actually used it to get changed as well. So nice to be nice and fresh for the flight. So I came out, so I couldn't find him anywhere because I'm looking for some guy in a black hat. Turns out he's changed it for a red one. And he's sat like as far away as possible from the gate. So. But yeah, there you go. Anyway, We're also joined today, and this is quite a momentous occasion, but I don't want to put too much into it because I don't want it to feel like it's, we're in one of those situations where it's like, there's only two types of people in the world, because there's not. There's one. But our first time having a female guest on the show officially. So welcome everybody to what you were you dubbed last night, not last night, in ACOB's show on Thursday, the Lego. No, it was in the live
Lego
show
Mom.
they did. What's the BrickWorld mum or mom? Or
yeah.
whatever.
I've got something slightly different.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's
thank
a
you.
fantastic title.
Welcome,
Yeah,
Amy.
BrickWorld, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like
Now,
to be a host?
obviously, it's
Sorry.
our first female guest and host. But no, look, obviously the whole male-female thing. But I will say that we did have some comments very, very early on in the show where I think somebody said, I think they only meant it in jest. So I never took it like, oh my God, we need to fix this. Otherwise, we would have done this a lot sooner. But they were like a bit of a sausage fest, where it was like, and also there was a conversation that came up, and I think this is quite interesting. This isn't the reason you're on here, Amy, but I just think this needs addressing as well. And it's not the address I said I was going to give. This is something different. That somebody was saying, I can't remember what stream it was in. I was watching a stream a while back, and a conversation came up about how trying to get female members of the community to join shows or to guest on shows is quite difficult. I can't remember who was talking about it. I want to say it was Keith, Brick Together, Click Together, talking to who's he talking? He was on. I think he was on. It might have been on Brick Dynasty show. I believe it was. Anyway, regardless of who it was, let's just say it was them two, for example. And he was talking about how there is a smaller percentage of people within the Lego community that are female, which I think we all know that. That's, what that percentage is irrelevant. It's the fact that it is a smaller. But when I think the person was basically saying, and I've experienced this myself, when you ask anybody to jump on to your show, especially as kind of you've grown a little bit. So like I'm at the point now where I've asked people are asking to come on the show, and there's, I've mentioned in passing to everybody, Shy, I can't remember, Brick Lover Brad, some of the people who have been around who are bigger in the community, mentioned the show to them. They were like, let me know whenever, I'll be on whenever. And that's kind of, that's nice to hear. But the point I'm trying to make is that nobody's ever really said no. Some people have rain checked, and in most cases have actually ended up appearing on the show. But generally, it's quite easy. However, it is a little bit more difficult. I feel like there's a barrier there when it comes to some female members of the community. I think I've only ever asked two in the past, and both of them haven't said no, but they haven't really followed up on, the normal process of, So, and the conversation that was going on, I want to say it was Ken. If Ken's out there in the chat, let me know. I'm pretty sure you and Keith were talking about it when I was watching your live show a week or so ago. And he said that there is a barrier there, and I feel like there's some female members of the community are a little bit hesitant to go on to shows, particularly if they're male-orientated shows, which I don't like the idea of us being referred to as that. But of course, when you've only ever had blokes on, and all the hosts are blokes, that is something we've got to accept. Okay, so effectively, Amy, you're doing two things here. You're the first person, but you're also hopefully dropping those guards, dropping those barriers. It does help that you've gotten to know us in person prior to this. But I just want to say, thanks for coming on, being accommodating, all the support you gave us over at BrickWorld, and hopefully if there are other female members of the community out there watching, whether this be on replay or wherever, then it is a welcoming community. We might be a bunch of blokes, but we're certainly not, and I don't even like to think there's these kind of streams out there, because not that I know of, but that are very kind of male. I don't even know what you would call it, but a bit kind of overwhelming or
unfortunately, there are some weirdos out there as well, and hopefully we're not.
Well, yeah, that's it. And I'm kind of sensitive to that. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I get it. I try to get it as best as I can from the point of view of father of a daughter kind of thing. we've had this is going off the point, but these are the kind of things I think of. This is how in depth my brain goes. Is that I've been walking home before dark, walking down my street, and it's been sort of dark. I'm coming up to like my house, and there's a younger female person sort of walking in front of me, and I'm like, I know that they're probably a little bit scared or worried there's someone in. Well, what can you do? So I'm like, if you kind of slow down, it kind of looks weird. But if you try to sort of go, so what I tried to do is I tried to walk faster so that I could walk past her, so that she'd be like, okay, he's in front of me now, he's not behind me anymore, so it's better. Because as I was trying to walk faster to overtake her, she's then walking faster because she feels like, and I'm thinking, oh my god, this made this worse now.
You're trying to reach her.
Yeah, and I'm thinking I can't cross the road because my house is on this side of the road. And it's just like, you just kind of want people to know. And of course, I know somebody else said to me after I was telling the story to someone else, and they said, oh, you should have just said, look, I'm okay, by the way, I'm not going to do it. And you're thinking, well, that's worse.
No, yeah, I think that would be worse, because then they'd be like, they're trying to fool me.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm thinking, I'm like trying to like go in my bag then to get my keys or something out. So I can just be like, at least, she can see I'm going into a house or whatever.
Or maybe cross over the road or something.
Yeah, but I couldn't because my house was coming up on the right. So I'd be crossing the road just to cross back, and it would look even weirder. So I was just like, anyway, that's a completely different story for another time and almost totally irrelevant. The point is that I want to show people that everybody's welcome here.
Yeah.
Young, old,
I don't
male,
know.
female.
I don't have a problem watching an all male like ACOB or stream. That's how I started. I don't know. I played baseball with the boys as a kid. I was the only girl because of my brother's baseball. I was on my brother's baseball team. And he's 7 years older than me. So I played with the boys that were 7 years older than me. I don't know. I don't have a problem being part of the boys. I like it. I don't know. I guess I'm not I feel like I'm a girl's girl. I would support a girl and, their feelings and, like I have a lot of lady friends and I don't know, but I don't have a problem. I don't take offense to any of the boy jokes or like the girth gang or BBTM, because that's me, big boob target mom. I don't take offense to it. I don't know.
I
guess other ladies would. I don't know.
That's Sean for you, isn't it?
I've never heard that before. What the hell?
They say BBTM.
Oh Christ, I've never heard that
whenever
before.
They talk about Target.
Oh my god.
So yeah, I don't know. But I don't mind.
No.
And I don't.
Moving on.
The only thing I could think of that would be difficult to have, if it's a Lego YouTuber that's female, I don't see why they would have an issue or problem other than scheduling.
I can't say what the issues were because I don't think those people I'm still connected with and speak to whatever. So it's not that it's personal, and it could just be coincidence, right? It could be totally coincidence that those two individual females were a bit hesitant. And I don't have any shortage of, so for example, Maria from Brick Zapper from Full of Brick Stream.
Yes.
I spoke to those guys about coming on the stream. They said, yeah, that invite hasn't officially gone out there yet. And I don't think there's going to be any issue. But of course, gotten to know her in person and obviously on their stream. So that barrier is already broken down. But for some people, that might not be the case. And again, I met one of the two people I'm talking about at BrickWorld. So again, that barrier might be broken down. But it's impossible to say what the reason was. Like I said, it could be coincidence, but I do think, and I don't want to address this as if it's a worldly issue, because me talking about it makes it an issue when effectively it's not, or it might not be. But I think that it is that hesitation sometimes coming into like a male-orientated or a male-orientated, whether it be the hobby in general, or whether it just be this particular stream or any particular stream, where it's, they believe it might be kind of, overly testosterone based, or like, some of the stuff might be a bit vulgar, that kind of stuff. And I'm just here to basically say that ain't us. We're also not going to censor ourselves and be different because of it, but we don't tend to tell, misogynistic jokes or anything like that, or have any kind of sexist views on things. That's not my bag anyway. My friend group has always consisted of males and females since I was, a kid, basically. So that I never lived in that world. I'd never sort of I'm not saying, I know, because I know Nimble plays football, but I've never been in a kind of situation like that where it's kind of, all blokes and, that kind of thing. So it doesn't really, I'm not really affected by it, but I just want people to know that it doesn't exist here. And again, sometimes saying it makes you think, well, why would you even need to say that if that's not the case? But I just want to make that clear, because we've done the same with other different sort of subgroups as well in the past, where we've talked about like inclusivity and things like that. So anyway, trying to take it a lot less serious. I think it's really important that you've come on the show for multiple reasons. Obviously, the reasons I've already mentioned, the fact that we've gotten to know you at BrickWorld, and of course, you've been you've been a follower of the channel, and of course, we've all bumped into you in the other streams prior to that anyway. So you're definitely an active and known member of the community. But what makes it more exciting, and I guess makes things a little bit interesting, is the fact that you're not directly a Lego fan yourself. You're not a Lego collector. You're not a Lego, enthusiast. You didn't sort of grow up with Lego as such. And we did talk a little bit about this at BrickWorld, but do you want to kind of explain a little bit more about your background?
Sure. I didn't have Lego as a kid. Like my brother didn't have Lego as a kid. It just wasn't something our house had. I mean, I guess it was around. I just didn't know about it. So when my child Nix was 5 or 6, we went, Legoland Discovery Center was like a playland. So we would go there and I would get him Lego sets. And then when he grew out of it, 11 or 12, we stopped going and buying Lego sets. And then December 2023, I got him the Avatar sets for Christmas. And then I was already a YouTube watcher in some other groups collector groups that I'm in. And I'm like, well, I wonder what they have about Lego. And so I started, I don't really know what I started watching, but ACOB, like February of 2024, they're like, you have to get BrickWorld badges. They're it's the greatest time ever. And so I think it was my second or third ACOB stream, and I got Lego BrickWorld badges because it's just down the street. And I knew about BrickWorld because a lady I went to high school with, her husband is in the Chicago Lug group, and he posts his Lego stuff. And I'd ask Nick, so, hey, do you want to run down the street to for the public days? Do you want to run down and go see this Lego display place? And he'd be like, no, I don't care. And I'm like, all right, so we'll go. So I went with that last year to BrickWorld, and I just, the community is great. ACOB welcomed me in. They're very friendly, obviously, and kind. And so then after last year's BrickWorld, I really got more into the community and watching more channels and ACOB. And I watch every Sunday the Think Outside the Bricks on the BrickWorld channel. And then, I found your channel several months ago. But yeah, I do like this Viking set. I was watching the Viking TV show, and I'm like, oh, we got to get that Viking. So I paid a lot of money for that Viking set. And then the goat boat is above it because I can't afford the old Viking boats.
Saying that with a Chicago accent really works. The goat boat.
And so I've never heard that I had an accent before. And then I just bought the siege encampment because from it just arrived, the Bricklink Designer Program siege encampment.
Very jealous.
Because it's all wood, and it's kind of part of in the Viking TV show when they went to invade places, they had this whole setup, and they carry their boats across. I'm like, Jesus Christ, they carry their boats across the land, and it was just insane. But yeah, so, and Nick's collects Avatar, Jurassic Park, Chima. He has some Ninjago that he likes. He has all the SpongeBob from when he was a kid. And that's kind of what started it. I had all his Lego packed away. We moved when he was 13. And so I'm like, you know, we got to clean out the storage. And I'm like, well, let's just start with the Lego. I'll put it back as sets because it wasn't in sets. And it was just in like drawers of colored drawers. And oh my God, it's still not done. I have several sets put back together, but it's still, and so then I'm like, oh, you know, I had Lego on the brain, like all of 2023. And I never had, like everyone talks about, I work at a school. So I never had COVID lockdown. We had 3 months. We had March, April, May. I had to go back June 1st. And I've been, you know, working full time in a building. You know, I only had 3 months off, which whatever that was. You know, I never had nothing to do. I always had, even the 3 months off, I still was working every day. Kids.
Yeah, I had to carry on working as well because I work with children in children's home, and obviously they still got people looking at. So yeah, basically I worked all the way through it and then ended up getting it near the end. So
I'm ready for lockdown again. I wouldn't mind another.
Without this sounding awful,
it was brilliant. The traffic was no traffic.
Secretly, I've been praying for another one for years, just because it was an opportunity. Because I wasn't in the Lego, but I wasn't in the Lego community at that point. So I was just kind of collecting and trying to get back sets, and I spent a lot of the lockdown building the Mos Eisley Cantina because I bought it brand new, but I dumped all the bags, so it took like 4 months to build that. But yeah, and I hadn't amassed this much then. But also the same with my reading, the amount of books that I could have another 4 months lockdown and still not get through everything. But anyway, sorry, yeah. So Nimble, because you work on like generally building site, right?
Well, I'm self-employed, so I don't really my stuff's all domestic. I don't really work on big building sites. I only work around people's houses mainly. So if we had another lockdown now, it would cripple me because I wouldn't get any income. It weren't too bad during COVID because I was living at my mum and dad's still. So it didn't really matter. You don't have many bills, do you, when you're living with your parents? So I got away with it. But yeah, if it happened now, I'd be in a lot of trouble.
Amy brought that the point up. I just thought it was worth asking because we almost forget about it, but at the same time, I can't believe it's been 5 years since it first struck against it.
Yeah,
it's just gone. It's weird because it feels like it's gone really quick, but it also feels like a long time ago. But I think it's probably because I'm pushing it back.
It don't feel real, does it? To be honest, when you think about it, it's just so
the whole
weird.
Thing was one big dream.
Yeah,
and to think, right, what I could do with 4 months off. Well, 7 in total, because we had 3 months. Me in particular, had 3 months off the first time, 4 months off the second time. What I could do with that time, but we just squandered it by sitting around doing nothing, like banging.
That's
pots
what I mean.
I
got into Lego sort of a year after, but it wasn't because I had any spare time. Because there's a few of us who are obviously sort of went to work every day, so they kept it a small bubble. But yeah, it was just normal for me. Apart from like there was no traffic or whatever, it was great.
But anyway, going back to what we're talking about. So, how many sets do you own now, Amy, that you would class as yours?
Oh, as for mine, they're all technically Nix's. I mean, I got the Viking, but he loves Vikings too.
Right. So when even the ones you've purchased, you've actively kind of been behind purchasing.
Purchased all of them. Well, I shouldn't say I purchased all of them. Nix purchased 4 this year at BrickWorld. Other than that, I purchased all of them, over 100.
Wow. So would you say
the last year and a half?
So do you build them together though?
No, because I don't know if you can see the Simba. He doesn't have his head because Nix hasn't finished his head, but it was on the living room floor, and my mom was coming over, so I needed to get it out of the way. But the head is started the head again the other day.
Do you ever think that we'll get you to the point where you'll buy a set that's specifically for you and you build?
Probably, but it still would be something that Nix likes. But I guess we kind of like the same. I love Jurassic Park. Like when he
Yeah.
was, I don't know, 6 or 7, I showed him the movie. You know, I'm like, as a kid growing up, and maybe he was too young, but I said, like, you got to see this movie. It's awesome. And, you know, get him into the lore. Like he loves Lord of the Rings. We got the Shire. I would love to build that one, but I don't want to take it away from him either.
Oh,
That's
well.
right. I'm sure my children watch movies which they may have been a bit too young for, but
Yeah.
Well, I remember watching the movie
Oh, that's
Grease. Like, well, I went to see Star Wars at the age of 5 in the theater. I went to see Jaws at the, you know, I don't know, 3 or 4 when it came out. My parents took us to the midnight showing of Poltergeist because that was the only time they could go. Like I was, I think 10 when that came out, and my sister was scared to death and slept on my parents' floor because she was scared. But I remember seeing Grease, and like I didn't know there was sexual, you know, it went over my head, the sexual innuendo and the swear words. I didn't know.
No,
You
that's
know,
true,
I
actually.
enjoyed the songs.
I
So I
took me to
figured,
see that. I didn't know that either. It was just all musical and just,
yeah.
And
So
while
I,
we're on
you know,
while we're
figured
on
the
the
same
subject
for
of
my
Grease,
kid. It'll, you know, yeah, maybe the dinosaurs were scary, but it was only a short time, and he loved it.
I think you can sometimes, as a parent, you can make like, you know, what do you call it? Like an executive decision. So Maya, for example, is really into science fiction. And I don't even know what the themes would be for something like Interstellar, where she watched that when she was about 10, and I think it's 12. It might even be a 15, I'm not sure. But I you know, it's only kind of like, I think the main reason it was made that way, because it's not like anything particularly violent or anything in there. It's just because obviously it's about like end of the world type stuff, and also because it's quite complicated. But my daughter loves that kind of stuff. So, you know, don't get me wrong, it took us 4 hours to watch a 2-hour movie because I had to keep pausing her and explain to her why these guys have just landed on the planet to meet up with someone who left Earth 10 years ago, and they've only just landed there 5 minutes before him. And she just, you know, she couldn't get her head around that. But once she did, and I explained it to her, she was like, right, I get that now. And then they flew back up to the ship, and the guy who they left on the ship, you know, 2 hours ago is now aged 60 more years. You know what I mean? And she was just, you know, I had to kind of pause and say, right, this is what's happened, black hole, blah, blah. But other than that, she loved the idea of it. And then it was like, right, now we've watched it, I'd like to watch it again. I said, well, not right now, because we've just, you know, but I'd like to watch it again without having to pause and just watch all the way through now that I understand it. And then she was like, right, what are the movies like that you can explain? So we watch things like Back to the Future, which is a bit more fun, but of course it's playing with the whole time thing. But it goes, as a parent, you sometimes got to decide, well, is it going to be that damaging to the person to watch, you know, make an executive decision, I guess. But yeah.
Well, to be
but
honest
while we're on
with
the
you,
subject of Greece, I was talking to my co-workers the other day, and I don't know why the subject came up. I think it was because I was singing "Hopelessly Devoted to You." These songs just flicking in and out of my brain for whatever reason.
Weird, man.
And I was just like, how sad is it that Olivia Newton-John was taken so young?
Yeah.
Like, she didn't deserve to go when she went. And every type of person I spoke to, they were like, no, she isn't. She's still alive. Even Kirsty was like, no, she's still alive. No, she died.
She passed like last year or maybe a year and a half ago.
Yeah, and it was like,
had bad cancer.
Man.
Yeah.
What an absolute legend she was.
The older we get, the more stars are, you know, are popping off.
Yeah, but she was only 74.
Yeah, that's my mom being, my grandparents lived into their 90s and my mom being 88. Yeah, it seems young to me.
And I feel like she was such a you know, she hadn't like ruined herself with you know, facelifts and God knows what else, and she's just like such a likable, great. I don't know. It just seemed a shame. I almost shed another tear. You know, Luther Vandross and Olivia Newton-John should never have been taken from us. Anyway, moving on. So I've put a question.
Well, I mean, even Dennis Wilson just passed from the Beach Boys. He was incredible music. He wrote a lot of music other than the Beach Boys.
Brian Wilson.
Brian, sorry, yeah.
I was going to say, who the hell's Dennis? I know there's a few
brothers.
brothers.
He passed in the 70s.
Yeah.
But going back to what you said earlier, Martin, about the films and stuff. It's like, yeah. My kids watch certain films at maybe 12, and I was like, oh, should they? And they were fine. Then I go and take them to see like kids' films, like power line and that, and it absolutely scared the living daylights out of them. I remember my daughter running out of the cinema. I was like,
yeah.
So it just depends, doesn't it? It just
Yeah.
Oh, and she still cringes now when I mention about putting Watership Down on.
Yeah. Oh, Watership Down, absolutely. Watership Down, and Never Ending Story. Watership Down because it was like kind of harrowing.
My kids like that.
But Never Ending Story just because Artax.
Oh, the horse bit's
when he
horrible.
falls in, when he sinks into the pit of despair.
Yeah.
And Atreyu is just like, Artax!
Yeah.
And it's just kind of that blood curdling scream like he's actually
When I was
dying.
a teenager, or maybe a late teenager, watching that, I still cried.
I know, I still cry now. Whenever I listen to the song, Lamal is it? And if you listen to the certain version where it takes cuts, there's two versions of the song. There's a version of the song where it takes cuts and scenes from it. And there's one where they're building up towards the chorus, or like the third chorus after the second verse, and they just play that scream of like, Artax! So every time I hear the song, like I feel a tear roll down my chin, down to my chin from my cheek. It's just like, it's so sad, like. But the host just kind of sits there like, and apparently I looked into a documentary about it, and the only way they could film it without the host going bananas was they had to film it in reverse. So the horse is actually coming out of the mud, which is why, like, because I was like, how do they keep it? So they had to create, I don't know what they did. They did something with like the mud or whatever, and they did something to the horse's thing to make it like, so that it didn't leave any marks or stains. So they film it in reverse. So he's going in. I thought it was quite interesting.
You do see him at the end, though. He comes back at the end. So
yeah, of course, he comes back. And of course, we ripped into on the show Never Ending Story. Was it this show, or was it while we were at BrickWorld? Were we ripping into Never Ending Story 2, where like the child of the block guy is just this stupid looking thing, and they just ruined the whole franchise.
Was that when Slurpy was hysterical and you couldn't understand what he was saying?
We got the picture of the block man. Anyway, right. Yeah. So look, I've put a question in the chat because I think it's quite an interesting and unusual. Not unusual. I don't want to make it sound like that, but I wanted people to ask questions for a non-Lego collector. So trying to look at it from, use Amy as a kind of, I don't know what you want to call it, like a magnifying glass from the outside looking in. I got plenty in terms of like how she sees the community from that perspective. But I've asked people to put the word question in front, if any come up, just because sometimes they kind of get lost in the mix. So if anybody out there would like, and think about the fact that, what do you think of like Star Wars, for example, being that you watch the films, the films, but what do you think of the sets, that kind of thing. There's going to be questions like that, but obviously I'd like the chat to kind of try and think of questions. And it's quite an unusual situation to have someone here who knows about Lego, knows about the lore, is kind of surrounded by it, but not an actual collector themselves, which I think is, you're probably going to be the only person we ever have as a guest on the show who doesn't buy and collect for themselves in some way, shape, or form. So I think that's a unique experience. But we're going to let Whittakee call out the chat and do his usual thing, and then I've got quite an important. I don't want to say serious, but quite an important statement that I need to read. Yeah. But yeah, let's go for it. Do you want me to get this music?
Yeah, because you said you were going to say it straight away, so it's like, I want to know what it is.
No, I know it's right. Amy's just got me.
You all right with the music, Martin? To sort the music out, because I just put.
Yeah, what one did you say you like? The rock one, isn't it?
Rock, yes, please.
Right, let me turn the volume down a sec. Oh, it's the volume up. I mean, sorry. That's a bit loud.
Right. That's okay. Right. Good evening. Welcome to everyone. Welcome to the Cool Gang. We got Garrett, Brick by Brick. Welcome, mate. Always nice to see you. We got Jedi Master Bricks. He's in the building. We have the legend Papa Rex. And one of our now quite regulars is Paddy the Theatre Dog, or Sarah. Evening. We have Muttley. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Muttley. I hope you're doing well. We have Venator Bricks. Hello. Welcome to the Cool Han Luke Show. We've had one legend. Now we have His wife's legend.
Hello, Cool Han and Whittakee. Nice to meet you, Nimble. And hello, Amy, the beautiful rose amongst those thorns. Ah, ouch! I'm tied.
After I just picked her up as well. Oh dear me. No, lovely though. Lovely to meet her. Just going down now. Oh, here we go. Lightning Lord, Mike. Good evening.
Mikey, hey yo, Mikey.
Another great chap that we met on BrickWorld. Let me see. It just seems to be the same now. Number one fan, Mugsy Lad. Good evening. Not too sure. I take it Slurpy's not on tonight now, or you pop on later.
No news from him yet.
No news. And I think hello, Paddle. Oh, do you know what? He said a quote. I was watching his show earlier, and it was quote of the week that he said. I just found it so funny. He's on about moving where he'd live, and his girlfriend said like she wanted to move somewhere nice, and he said, "I don't care." He said, "I'd live with a bunch of crackheads."
Yeah.
Oh, that's my quote of the week. Thanks for cheering me up. It did make me laugh. Well, talking of Slurpy, there he is with just a square. And oh, go on, Martin, go for it.
Smokey!
Good evening, Smoky Smokes. Another great person we met. Ultra Bricks, good evening. Welcome to the show. I think that is everyone's chatting away to each other, which is great. But I think that
I love seeing that.
Oh, got one more. One more.
Kenny.
Good evening, Ken.
So I just want to throw some of the address some of these questions.
He's having a dance party with his girls. That's nice.
Mrs. Tripp, you are 100% right. There is no gender. And essentially, that was what I was leading up to. So this comment was probably when I was kind of in the throes of making my point, which is I want to make it clear to any female members of the community out there that that's the case also, as far as we're concerned in this thing. That was essentially what I was trying to say. I probably could have said it better. But yes, you guys can build Lego too.
Put that one up, though.
Yeah. It does not seem weird at all in person. I don't remember saying that we were, but thanks for
can't have spent that long with you.
I think a lot of people didn't realize how skinny I was, but
this one's pretty good as well. As a pretty regular watcher who happens to not have a sausage, it's lovely to see Amy, but I've never bothered by it all being male dominated because Lego generally is for some reason. Yeah, absolutely. But we want to kind of, I wouldn't say end that because we can't physically end that, but we just want to say that it doesn't make. We don't see that on this stream. No. Not if I have my way anyway. So, but yeah.
No, he's very strict.
Stars has always been a primarily male. Stars or Star Wars, I think he means. Fan base has become a lot more popular across the board these days. Yeah, absolutely. And that echoes Lego as well. So, as my name might indicate, I'm used to performing in comedy. It's hugely male-orientated and massively misogynistic. Lego is much more of a leveler. Oh, wow. That's sad to hear, but okay. Sometimes all the male streams can go down the potty mouth road, and to watch it can be funny, but to live with a group of guys, that sort of thing happening, it can seem uncomfortable. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, some of the points I was trying to make.
I might slip up, but it's not very often. It's not.
Yeah, like I said, we're not going to censor ourselves. We're not going to change. I mean, no. I'm still quite old-fashioned. Where in the past, where I might have had a word slip in front of female members of staff that I work with, I've apologised, but then I won't do it with the bloke. And I'm thinking, well, no, that's kind of an old-fashioned way of saying it. I mean, it's still polite to do that, but realistically, it's like, well, I should either say sorry to everybody or just not swear at all. So. And I went for the latter, but
Did you read that one out as well? Sorry.
Yeah, I did just read that one out, and that's what I was saying. It's kind of sad that there is a misogynistic community there. And like I said, we ain't that. And if we do ever look like we're going in that direction, somebody give me a proverbial slap and say, "Hey, remember what you said." So, evening, lads. I've got 2 more weeks until I can do stuff. I've got 2 more weeks until I can do stuff. It's lush, especially now I can see the build. So ultra. Yeah, I love seeing this. People shouting people out. It's amazing.
my
And the
God.
fact that you read out the chat and ran out of music. The music had ended. Now we're getting to
Yeah.
that point, guys, where
Yeah.
I mean, was because we left it a little bit longer than probably
Sorry.
normal, but
Papa
still.
Rex, what were you doing watching Alien at 5? Jesus.
And he hasn't slept since.
No. Oh, blimey.
I was lucky enough to see Brian
Very
Wilson
good
of the Beach
commentary there,
Boys.
actually, tonight.
I'm a big Beach Boys fan, and I was lucky enough to see Brian Wilson perform without the Beach Boys, but with a sort of band.
Oh, nice.
And it was
A couple of shout
fantastic.
outs.
A long time ago, but still.
I have to admit, not never really been my cup of tea, but
yeah,
bit before my time.
it's a bit too relaxed for you, isn't it?
Not my
All
era.
music's my cup of tea. Doesn't matter what genre.
I didn't
are
really get
there
into
any, like-
music until the 80s, really, to be honest.
So this
Yeah,
is,
but
I guess,
went back to the 50. I went back and listened to it all. And
Yeah,
my
when I go
grandparents
now,
were
I go
in
back,
the-
yeah, but
Yeah,
I
in the
wasn't.
40s, listen to 40s
Yeah.
big band and 50s
think-
blues and jazz, and
I
it's
mean,
all
my mum and dad, they weren't, a lot of parents at my age, they were into like the Beatles, Rolling Stones. My mum and dad weren't. They were into things like theatre music and ABBA and stuff like that and Swaddy Waddy. So it was, so.
Shawaddy Waddy still play live. They're playing
Yeah.
down here in Flatley.
Funny enough, yesterday
Yeah.
I was playing their greatest hits.
Shawaddy, excellent. So a question, I think this is the first question for you, Amy. So we'll kick off with this question, and then we'll do my address to the nation.
Yeah.
So are there any Lego sets or themes in which you have any aspiration of buying or collecting for yourself? So if you had to pick a theme
Not
and you were
yet,
forced to
really.
spend some money, what would it be?
Oh.
Where would you gravitate?
Jurassic Park, Vikings, which was a Lego theme I wish they expanded on. Castle, I guess, because that goes along with Vikings and medieval, and yeah, I don't really know what else.
Awesome. It's good.
If I
anyway,
could have like a big, also watching the Lego movie, like if you could, I thought it was cool. He had that really big basement with the Lego city. That would be cool. I mean, I don't know. I like them all. But you're right. I don't Star Wars. I don't Pokemon. I watch when people start talking about it, I feel like they're speaking a different language. I did, and I call it Star Wars 1, 2, 3 because I saw Star Wars Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. I would think a white whale would be the Ewok village because I love the Ewoks.
Yeah,
I was 10 when they came out, and so
they had it
I
at BrickWorld, but I wasn't
but I
paying
didn't
for it.
really, get into Star Wars was a boys thing as a kid. And then I hear like, I think it was Ken Brick Dynasty or someone was talking about how Brick Hive teased for liking Star Wars. Well, not my generation. They all love Star Wars. It didn't matter how old you
used a
were.
little bit, to be honest. But
yeah, I did as a teen, like in my sort of mid-teens, and I got to be honest, I did waver a little bit. I would say from about 11, 12 to about 15, 16. Not that I ever kind of fell out of it or was ever embarrassed about it, but it was like kind of low key until, of course,
Yeah, I didn't go to high school. I didn't go to high school with boys. I went to an all-girls school. So maybe the boys in high school were like, "You still like Star Wars? That's a kid's." I mean, I don't know. But
a lot of boys like 14, 15 were getting things like birthdays, like record players and stuff like that. And they take the pee out of me because I was still asking for things like an AT-AT or a Millennium Falcon or and they go, "Oh, it's toys."
I was still playing with my Action Force figures when I was 15.
My parents would have loved if that's what we wanted. We didn't want toys. I wanted expensive electronics. For my 8th grade graduation money, I bought a huge component stereo system with big speakers because that was cool.
Yeah, I remember. But when I was sort of early teenager, the only thing really was a Spectrum or Commodore 64, something like that.
I would have loved a computer as a kid.
Really want
My neighbor had one and the school had one. That was good enough.
Right.
Okay.
Want me to put that banner up then, Martin? Are you ready for?
Yeah. So look, I'll apologize in advance because I got a tendency to be like, here's me here's the point, and I kind of go like that, right? It's just me, so I ain't gonna make any apologies for that.
You want us to put a time limit on it?
No, look, I was
go
gonna write it out. I was gonna write it out, but I just thought it's not my style.
Yeah.
I shoot better off the hip.
We don't know what this is, so off you go.
Okay, so I'm going to try and be as factual as possible with this because I don't want to kind of exaggerate or embellish, because I almost feel as if that's the reason that we're in this situation in the first place. So essentially, some of the statements I may have made, some of the opinions I shared, which, you know, as you guys know, I'm one of those people who I don't feel like I need to say, in my opinion, either before or after I've made any kind of statement. I might say a hot take, but I don't need to say in my opinion, because I don't tend to talk in other people's opinions, nor does anybody, you know. So I'm not saying there's anything wrong with if you want to say that, but if I say something, some people are like, well, I've had it in the past. I've made a statement in a Facebook group I was in, and I was actually a moderator, an admin for that Facebook group, and the owner of the Facebook group, or the person who kind of run that group, and it was quite a big Facebook group. It was a Lego book reading, Lego Star Wars book reading group. And as someone who sells books and had quite a big Star Wars book collection, I was quite active. Anyway, long story short, I was taken aside one time because of some comment I made, and this person was basically like, you know, you said this and you said that and I'm like, yeah, but that's my opinion. That's just, I'm only saying what I didn't think that book was particularly good. That's the whole point of, you know, something like this. We can't all just blow smoke up each other's asses. You know, if basically the High Republic had come out, right, which came out a couple of years back, and I was saying that generally I thought the High Republic was quite pants, quite poor, and they hadn't done very good with it. And this person was like, oh, you can't be shitting on High Republic in the group. We don't like negativity in the group. And I'm like, and especially as an admin, so I'm not shitting on it. I'm just saying that I don't like it, and I gave valid reasons. That's my opinion. Oh, well, maybe you need to say that's your opinion then. Why would I need to say that's my opinion? It's me saying it. So I've always been quite like, anyway, I left the group, and I was like, that's it, that's enough for me. I ain't dealing with this. And of course, I left social media, and I've had a better stint on Instagram and YouTube than I ever did in Facebook, because there was always people at each other's throats and necks, and some of the abusive stuff that I either witnessed or was witness to. So I was a little bit disappointed that it I wouldn't say it went down that avenue as such. I wasn't getting like death threats or anything like that, don't get me wrong. But apparently, and it's come to my attention, that some of the comments that I made, or some of the statements that I made, were about BrickWorld, were either taken out of context, or what I believe has probably happened is some people have either listened to it, heard bits and pieces, haven't watched the full stream, or not really understood the point I was trying to make. Rather than come to me, which I would encourage people to do, if you are that person, because I'm not going to name any names, I don't think it's really relevant. If you're that person, I'd rather you come to me and say, hey, look, you said this on the stream. Was that really your opinion, or do you want to sort of say it more, or would you rather hash it out? Rather than do that, and this is a guess now, because I'm not saying this is what's happened. I think that person has then gone to other people and said, oh, have you heard what Cool Han or whatever is saying about BrickWorld? They're shitting on it, or whatever it is they've said. Again, that is embellishment, because I don't know who has said that, and I don't know if that's been said. All I know is that from some of the things I've received in terms of like some feedback and stuff, I get the impression that either it wasn't listened to properly, or it was taken out of context, or that it wasn't understood the way it was meant.
I can't remember.
And the only way, and I've watched the stream back, and I can see where that could have happened. So the only way that could have happened is if it's Chinese whispers. So someone's heard something, said something to someone else, they've said something to someone, and it's just become a bit of a nightmare as it's gone down the line. Or they've watched a segment in between where I might have said, oh yeah, wasn't impressed with the food was forgettable. And then gone, oh yeah, he's saying that all the meals he ate were crap, or whatever. Or something like that.
Nothing to do with BrickWorld, though, is it?
That's the only thing I can assume has happened, because I can see or understand from what I said, from watching it back, or what any of us said, that there was any issue. But I wouldn't say I've come under some fire, but I've had to kind of explain myself to people. and obviously I got no problem doing that. I just rather explain myself because they want an explanation, or they'd rather me clarify some things, rather than explain myself because people are like demanding an explanation, or they're coming to me trying to justify something. So they're coming to me and saying, you know, you should have eaten at this place and this place. It's not our fault that you. And I'm like, what are you on about? Like, I've never blamed anybody for anything. And I made it very, very clear through that stream and even in other avenues, even places like Instagram and other things like that, I've made it very clear that I had an amazing time. Right? I don't know where my banner's gone from underneath here, but it should say, Martin, I did enjoy BrickWorld in big capital Hus. I did enjoy it at the time of my life. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And if I didn't make that clear, then for that part, I do apologize. But all I said was,
banner, sorry.
The only thing that I can think of that might have been taken away is that I did say that I was disappointed that certain things didn't happen, i.e. things that we'd hyped up that had been talked about, whatever, didn't happen. And I am still disappointed about those things. It doesn't mean the whole trip was crap. It doesn't mean I was disappointed with the whole trip. It doesn't mean I hated every minute of it. It just means I was disappointed that some of those things didn't happen. And I've heard other people in avenues who attended BrickWorld say the exact same thing. Yeah. I was disappointed that we couldn't get the cookout to go ahead. I was disappointed that we didn't get to watch the movie, whatever it might be.
I can't remember you actually saying anything negative, mate.
Well, I did. I did say I was disappointed those things didn't happen.
Yeah,
but I don't think that. But the point is, they didn't happen, and I was disappointed. I didn't say that doesn't. I don't think that justifies somebody coming to me.
How bloody dare you?
Multiple people coming to me and saying, well, you know, we couldn't get this organized, but, you know, we were very busy. We had a lot to organize. And I'm like, what? Where's that coming from? Why have you come? It's strange, right? And so the only thing I can think of is that, where I made reference to, but I also said in that same sentence, when I mentioned that in a couple of different ways, was that I was disappointed that some of these things didn't happen, but I was also surprised that I had such a great time without those things happening. I also said, another statement I made was that I was surprised I had such an amazing time, but for reasons that I didn't expect to have a good time, if that makes sense. Yeah. So I specifically mentioned that I expected to, and when I say expected to, I meant that if somebody had asked me, what do you envision happening generally every day? And I would have said to them, I would expect to be hanging in a big group of guys, 30 or 40 strong, going to meals every night, being everywhere, kind of hanging around in one big group. That didn't happen. But I'm not complaining about that because I had an amazing time. And I can't say that I wouldn't have if that did happen. But I'm just saying that it was surprising to me that the things that I was expecting to do in terms of the environment, the people I was with, what we were physically doing, where we were going, was different to what I expected in terms of my trajectory based on something I've never been to and never experienced in my life, was completely different. But yet I still had an amazing time. But I had an amazing time because we went to the movie event. And that was fantastic because we went shopping and you know, had a laugh when we were going shopping and picking out Hawaiian shirts.
I mean, just because you're disappointed in something that didn't happen, that's not moaning at now.
I went and spent some one-on-one time chilling with Hive. We were just me and him sitting in his truck and we were just chatting about, you know, personal stuff and, you know, heart-to-heart type stuff. I had a great time when I was talking to Garrett about some personal stuff. And that time we were in the room when we were just laughing about the Lego sets, which is still one of the best experiences of my life. I had a great time meeting people like Papa Tripp and getting to know him in that situation, getting to know Amy and getting to know Nick, and people who I've bumped into the community. I had a great time doing the Brick Together, Click Together live from, I thought that we were doing it in person. It wasn't until I got there. And you guys remember, I ran back to the room and said, he's not even here. He's doing it. I'm live from BrickWorld. He's at home. That I didn't know that till like an hour before we did the stream. And I remember being stressed out in the bedroom, saying to you guys, oh, we're supposed to go for food. I don't know what's going on. I got to go and do this, whatever. We made it work and it was fantastic. Great experience. Walking to 7-Eleven on my own and getting picked up by Andre whilst I was live streaming on Instagram.
Things you would never expect. Yeah.
That's just things I can just shoot off the hip. None of those things I'd expect to happen. None of those things are planned.
I think you're allowed to say be disappointed in things because I was disappointed we didn't go to medieval times, but that's not the end of the world. I was disappointed that I never shared a hot tub with Padawan, but you know.
And look, I'll be honest. That since I've had some of these comments and some of these things that have come to my attention or brought to my attention, and in some cases, the people have just come to me and said, "Oh, you know, just so you know, And that I appreciated because it put it into perspective for me. But it wasn't until prior to those people, there were rumblings. I don't know how I want to really put it because I don't really want to
Well, I'm sorry to hear that,
pinpoint
Mike.
anything. And I don't want people going out there looking for where these comments are because I haven't deleted anything. But essentially, I felt I was in a position where I had to kind of explain myself, and I don't like doing that. So,
No,
but
you've done
the paranoia,
nothing wrong,
the
mate.
par-
Done nothing wrong.
paranoia in me has made it now that I feel now that there's like a wall there, right? And I won't say what the wall is, but the wall is between me and whatever else, right? And it feels it's like, kind of let's excommunicate him now because he's negative about this thing that we all hold dear to us. And I'm like, that's not the case at all. And again,
No.
another thing that I think might have been taken out of context is because I was saying that I wasn't going next year. So I think I feel like, again, this is my interpretation of it. This isn't factual, but it feels like from what I've heard and what I've read, that people think that I'm saying that I'm not going to BrickWorld because I was disappointed with things that didn't happen. And I'm like, no, that's not the case. I was never going.
We had, you absolutely loved it. You enjoyed, and people shouldn't.
I was blown away. I was clear that I had.
They shouldn't.
Yeah.
They shouldn't. At the end of the day, they should have shared a hotel room and had the piss taken out all week. Then they would have moved.
That's what I'm saying.
By the way,
I've never laughed so hard and so much in such a short space of time.
And
right?
talking of that, I'm just going to add someone in because he's been backstage for a while.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Here he
mate,
is.
how's it going? What's he doing?
Is he laughing now? Yeah, like the t-shirt.
I've been waiting so long. What happened there?
Sorry,
mate.
I was waiting for a gap. I was waiting. Yeah, get in there.
I should have walked in. Where's mine?
You know what it's like? I wait for a gap and I couldn't.
Yeah, you should just add them in, mate. Didn't need to ask.
Nah.
But at least he heard it. And I'll be honest, I'll say I'm not quite done because all I want to say is it was a 10 out of 10 trip. There were things I would have liked to improve, but all of those things were things that couldn't have been improved. And those are all things that have nothing to do with anybody else. Nobody else is responsible for my disappointment in anything that didn't happen. And nobody out there should feel, that's the main address I want to make, is that nobody else out there should feel as if it was their responsibility to let me have a good time. Because even if that was their responsibility, they achieved it because I did. But not for anybody else's reason. Everything that I did that was a good time was either because of the guys you see here or some other guys that don't need to be named, probably in the chat. And that's it. But I'm still a grown man. Like I can still, circumnavigate. I've been to different countries around the US, different places of the US before, and I've managed perfectly fine. So then nobody's responsible for anything that didn't happen. And the things I was clear about that were unavoidable were the trip over. Not Martin's fault, but it did make the trip quite tough and quite stressful, more so for him than me.
Sorry.
But if I could go back and change, that, I would. But it didn't change the fact that it put me in a situation where
so would I, mate.
It started me off on a bit of a back foot, right? I already told you about the funeral with the family, and missing the funeral and stuff like that. So there was a lot of things thrown into the mix that had nothing to do with anybody else. And if anybody else out there thinks that kind of came across as like me being like overly negative about the whole trip, then all I'll say is they're wrong. I ain't going to apologize. I'm not going to take back anything I said because I thoroughly had an amazing time. If I could go back next year, I would. I wouldn't question it. There were things I'd do differently. And like Martin said, if we could have gone to medieval times, great. But we might have gone and it might have been crap. Do you know what I mean? So there's no way of knowing.
Medieval times is crap.
But in terms of
everywhere you went,
but it's not so much where you go, it's who you go with, though, isn't it?
That is not all the food places are not spectacular or ever recommended. Like there's so many more places that are individually owned in fresh cooked meals that are better.
But it also
they're more expensive and they're smaller.
Yeah.
The food thing needs addressing as well, because that was one of the main things. It was like other people sort of saying, well, you should have this, you should have that. And I'm like, look, unless I went to every restaurant, like I've had some fantastic eating experiences, right? I've eaten some of the finest things that I believe are the finest things in the world, right? And most of them are in this country. That's not a coincidence. It's just because I live here So I'm more likely to go and experience more things and
Mhm.
knock off 10, 12, 20 things off a menu. So therefore, I've sampled more in this shorter. So therefore, do you see what I mean? So that's always going to be the case. Where you live, where you're local to, is always going to have the better food for you because you've experienced more in that place. Whereas you go somewhere else, I've been to, like, the guys all went to International House of Pancakes one night, right? And I was like, yeah, wasn't that bothered that I missed that, because I've been to IHOP loads of times before, and I never really particularly thought it was great. I've been to other places, like
It's
Amy
not
said.
great.
So exactly. So I've been to other places
Sure,
that are less commercial. They're privately owned and had pancakes there, and they've been stellar, right?
Yeah.
So
Which one did we
so I
go
don't
to?
miss that.
That's nice.
So we went to Wild Breeze, okay?
That's it.
So that's a perfect example. So I was keen to go to Wild Breeze because, and obviously we had a crew of us go over to there and it was great. But I was keen to go because it's something one of the things in America I hadn't experienced. I know you guys mentioned, I think Padawan mentioned he was going to try and go to Denny's one morning and he went. Well,
Yeah.
even I don't feel
go
like,
to
oh my
Denny's
God.
because it's full of cockroaches and mice.
Ooh.
And
I
IHOP.
was never in a position where I was like, oh my God, I didn't get to go to Denny's with the guys. Because if I was there and they were like, hey, we're all going to Denny's, I would have been like, no, thank you. Because first of all, I've been there a million times. Secondly, there's one around the corner from us because they exist in the UK now. And if anything, it's kind of put me off. But this is what I'm saying. It's like, it wasn't about other people and missing out on things and stuff like that. All the choices I made were my own. The one thing I did say, and I'm sticking by this, is that I thought the food was forgettable, right? And what that means, what people think I said was I hated every bit of food there. That's not what I said. I said it was forgettable. I enjoyed everything. I finished, apart from the pancakes, because it was too much for me. I finished almost everything. I enjoyed it. It was amazing. But if you took me back, Portillo's is a perfect example. If you took me back and said to me, hey, what did you eat when you went to Portillo's? No clue. Did you have a great time at Portillo's? Fantastic. Did you enjoy the food? Can't really remember it, but I know I ate it all.
Yeah.
Still a fantastic experience. But I ain't going to turn around and say the food at Matilda's was great just because I had a good time, because I didn't think it was that good. I didn't, but I still enjoyed it. I just mean it didn't stand out to me. It wasn't something I'd go back to somebody else and go, oh my God, we went to Portillo's. You've got to go there. Because I wouldn't, because I'd be lying. But we had an amazing time there.
Didn't you? Actually, in the hotel.
Me and Slurpy were laughing so much in Portillo's that I thought everybody else there, including the rest of our party, thought we were drunk. Which you almost kind of want to say to people,
they thought,
drink.
I think they thought we were on jelly beans or something like that.
Well, that's why I asked you, Slurpy. I thought you were.
The only thing I remember, like, I thought for Portillo's, like, oh my God, try the hot dog and all. Like,
I just had a bucket full of milkshake. That's all I had.
Oh man, look, I'm not gonna lie, that was the worst hot dog I've had ever. But the cake shake was phenomenal. I thought it was like really good. But that hot dog was just what a mess. Like, but it was like that's like I don't remember the best. Like, if I had to say for myself, the best food was the breakfast. I think everywhere we went for like lunch or dinner was quite like mid. But I think that might have been because they weren't like. I think maybe just what Amy said. They're not independently owned, or they're maybe more bar pub food. And like back in the UK, bar pub food.
Stock.
Yeah. Like,
the last night you went
like
out,
bar pub food's pretty.
That was quite nice, wasn't it? The Fox and the Hounds. That was
the first time eating tater tots, and I was blinded by that. But,
I mean, all I had was pretzels, but they were nice.
What did I have at Fox and Hounds last night, Slurpy? To eat? Because I have no clue.
I don't know.
I haven't got a clue.
I had an amazing time, and I loved the food. I enjoyed the food. I finished the plate. No idea what I ate. Because it just wasn't memorable enough. That doesn't mean it wasn't good. Doesn't mean I didn't enjoy it. I had an amazing time.
Looking at it opposite me.
Well, anyway, so the point I'm trying to make is that I think it might have been taken out of context, and I assume that because obviously, you know, I've been in a couple of discussions with various people.
I'd say it was mine, so don't worry about it.
Where I found myself kind of justifying myself, and I didn't think I was alone in any of the things I said, because I remember speaking to you guys and being like, "Well, the food," and I didn't want that to feel like it was. I mean, the only person here who could really be offended by that is probably Amy, because it's local to her. But like you rightly said, Amy, well, you should.
I don't go to those places.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is
Yeah.
that
If someone came on
probably
vacation,
would've-
I would not take them to. I wouldn't choose those places. There's many of
yeah.
better places. They're just not in Schaumburg.
Because obviously, for several reasons. One is probably because there are better places, and B, because the atmosphere in those places are pretty good, and that's why what sells them, which is fine to me.
Yeah.
I got no problem with that. But like Patillo's, for example, the guys were all raging about the milkshakes. Right? I can't have milkshake because I can't drink milk. So that puts me in a situation where it's like, well, there's less there for me, right? But
Yeah.
what I think also what you said, Amy, is quite true. Because obviously, that's not to say that there wasn't going to be something on the Patillo's menu that I was like, oh my god, that's the best food I've ever had in the world. But I didn't have it, and there's no way you're going to know no way you're going to know that whether that experience is an opportunity for you unless you eat everything on the menu. So all I'm saying is this:
a posh place where you have a plate and they come and serve you like a restaurant. I didn't realize it was like basically like a McDonald's.
Fast food.
Yeah.
So we'll use the food trucks as an example as well, because a couple of people said to us, "Look, you've got to check out the food trucks." Me and Slurpy went there and had the most dismal meal of all time.
Yeah, I had the
that was too bad.
and I've never had worse indigestion ever.
So
Like,
in terms of value for money,
I'm glad I couldn't eat much then, to be honest with you.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
My stomach.
Your experience might have been different, though, man. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
Is that it's been my experience, and I'm not saying whoever's idea it was to come here, you have ruined my holiday. That was never what I said, but I think that's what I feel people think I've said, and that's what I took a grievance to.
You didn't even ruin my holiday.
Watch what? Yeah, and I bullied you mercilessly, but watch the whole stream and watch me say countless times. Watch me say countless times that I had an amazing time. It was an amazing time. But I had an amazing time doing things that I never expected to do. I didn't do half of the things that I expected to do, and I was disappointed that they didn't happen. But at the same time, I can't wish that I did them, because the things that I did do, which I wasn't expecting to do, meant that I had an amazing time.
Can I just say one thing?
Makes more sense to people, then hopefully it does. So
take it from me, right? With some nights when I was trying to sleep, and then two people come in and they're just laughing their bloody heads off. I'm telling you now, he had a good time.
It felt like there was a time where certain things that you would put into your body would make you just laugh hysterically, right? Without going into too much detail. And that's what it felt like. And I know that neither of us were under those conditions. So it was just genuine. And of course, I even laugh when I think about it now. I was in work the other day and I was thinking about Garrett with that suitcase.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
suitcase.
I'm telling that story.
Oh, man, I can't stop laughing at that.
The other thing I was saying is that we weren't down in the lobby. Like, we missed the guys down in the lobby. But that was our fault. If somebody heard that on the stream and was like, oh, they feel like they got left out, or whatever it is they took from the message I sent, then that was wrong. Because what I was saying is that we were up till like 3 o'clock in the morning. Because I think Padawan was saying about the badge he had with the little dots on it, and I was like, "Well, we never got one of those."
Yeah, I didn't get that either.
You had to be up after a certain time. You guys were in bed, and I was like, "No."
You had to be in the mock hall, in the hall with all the mocks.
Which I was a couple of times, but I obviously didn't bump into the person who was giving them out. But the point was is that I remember having a conversation with Padawan, whether he remembers or not, another story. But I remember having a conversation, and he was like, "Oh, you guys weren't up. We weren't up. You were in bed." And I was like, "We weren't in bed." He's like, "Well, you weren't down in the lobby chilling with us." I said, "I know, but what we were doing is we were going up to our room." And I remember a couple of times me and Slurpy going, "Oh, should we go down to the lobby and chill out with the guys?" Because we knew they were down there. And we just got carried away talking about whatever we were talking about and laughing till early hours of the morning. And there was times where I didn't go to bed till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I remember trying to do the thumbnail for the live show Thursday night, going into Friday when we were doing the show. And I was up till about 5 o'clock in the morning doing it. And we'd been laughing like nonstop. So I still had that amazing time. It was just a different experience. If somebody had said to me 3 weeks before we went, or even 2 days before we went, I would have said, "Yeah, I'm going to be up till 3 o'clock laughing my box off down in the lobby with all the guys." No, I still had an amazing time. I had laughing my box off, but I was just up in the room keeping Martin awake while me and Slurpy were just laughing full pelt. Do you know what I mean? So that's what I was trying to say and what I feel like I did say.
Yeah, mate, so don't worry about that. But,
mate, it's the internet. Everyone can say how they feel. Do you know what I mean? There's no right or wrong answers, is there?
I just don't like the idea of.
And I don't know why, because I can't remember you complaining or anything. So, yeah.
No, if I took the time to watch
was complaining about me being ill.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And if I took my time to watch the stream back to sort of see what could have been taken out of context, and I can understand if somebody had jumped in for a minute or 2 minutes here and then jump back out, I can get that because they wouldn't have seen where the conversation started or where it ended, because it always would have started and ended positively, right? But what I think has happened, and again, this is perspective, but I think somebody's gone in, seen a mid-conversation where I've said, the food was this, the food was that, just saying what I just said now, which is kind of, nothing really stood out to me. Like I said, I've been to San Francisco. I remember having a meal in Arizona. It was a reservation, so a Native American meal they made for us. I remember that meal now. I remember what it tasted like. I remember what it looked like, right? I went and ate food in a little cafe overlooking the San Francisco Bay and the San Francisco Golden Gate Bridge. Great. We had a really basic meal served in, what do you want to call them? Prison type plates while I was on Alcatraz Island. I remember that meal. I remember the feeling. That was like 20 years ago. I remember how it felt. I remember what it looked like. I remember the layout of the hall. Do you know what I mean? There was things about it that I remembered. Do you see what I'm saying? And I remember the food specifically. I've drank beers in. We found a place in Las Vegas. We had burgers in some place in Las Vegas. I can't remember the name of the place again because that wasn't memorable, but the burger was. I remember drinking beer out of like a big plastic boot in. Walking down the Las Vegas Strip. I got some fantastic memories of some meals and food I've eaten, but I just don't have that for Chicago. But it doesn't mean I didn't enjoy the experience overall. But in most cases, it was just the environment, the place we were, the people that were there, or the laughs we had, right? And that's all I was saying. But I think what's happened is somebody's come in, taken that little snippet of that negativity in between, and gone, "Oh, I'm going to go and let so-and-so know about that." And then that's kind of gone down a couple of lines or been Chinese whispered, and then that person's come back and said, "Well, if you didn't like the food, it's because this, this, and this." And I'm like, "What do you want about?" So
but it's weird that would go tell someone else.
I've just seen in private chat that Slurpy's got to go soon. So
sorry, mate.
But that's a sign, Cool Han. Like the food, like that's just a sign that you have to go next year to kind of fix your mistakes.
Well, there's what's they called? A Kickstarter. Is there a Kickstarter? What are those things called when you put a GoFundMe? There's a GoFundMe being set up apparently for me to go back next year. And I'll just say it's got nothing to do with this community. It's a separate community of people who want me to go. Which more will become clear.
They want you out of the country for a couple of weeks.
No, if people I met over in BrickWorld, but
it's the British people trying to get rid of you, mate. That's all it is.
Yeah, the Welsh. But I think it is worth mentioning. I don't know if it's the same for all you guys, but a point that Amy brought up, which I think is really key, is that where I live, the percentage of, particularly here in West Wales, the percentage of privately owned food establishments is a lot larger than chain places. I know America is quite big generally on chain places, but here it's like I'd say 75% privately owned, even things like cafes and stuff like that. We have the odd chain place, but it's 75%, which is quite unusual. You go to places like London, it'll be the other way around. And you go to America, and it's generally the other way around. And I don't want to say that for all of America, but general parts of America, like New York, for example, very difficult to find a kind of privately owned place. And for that reason, I've become accustomed to personalized stuff or freshly made stuff as opposed to kind of bang out type food. And that's all it is. It's just what I call an acquired taste or a different kind of palate. But I don't think anybody, certainly not anybody who wasn't cooking the food, should be offended by that. So don't be.
I'd be banging trouble. I would. I only want to go somewhere where you can get a full English or a carvery.
You've got no chance, mate.
You've got no chance.
I will say, like the breakfast the Rennie did though, I thought was really good, and I'm probably going to get
was it continental?
It was good, but I still think it was more to do with the service in the company. I still don't really remember the breakfast. It wasn't the best breakfast.
No, I do.
In the top 100 breakfasts of that. But it was the environment. It was quiet. It was peaceful. She was great server. We were having laughs at the breakfast table or having laughs at Whittakee's expense, and that was great for me. So but no,
nearly got a number.
I'm gonna head here, guys. Oh, bye.
Bye. Good to see you.
Take
Good
care,
seeing you, Amy.
Slurpy.
Nimble, Cool Han, and
I'll-
Martin. All the best now.
I'll
Yeah,
text
you
you
take
about
care, mate.
Slurpy in a bit.
Missing
That's
you
100%,
already.
man. Speak to you soon.
Plans for Bricktastic. We've got to put them in place, mate.
Ooh. Right. So is that? Have we put that to bed now?
I hope we put it to bed. I just hope somebody
Right.
hasn't tuned in halfway through that, and then it's already in the process of
Because I
being
don't
minced
know,
out to me again.
There is a question here for Amy. I'm not too sure if we've said it or not. Where is it?
Yeah,
Hold on. I've lost
the
it
rant
again
is
now.
over.
Ah, there you go. From Wendy. For Amy, the more you are around Lego related events like BrickWorld, does it spark an interest in building a Lego set?
No, not really. I think
No.
it's amazing. Like, the mocks are awesome and creative, and I'm just not that creatively minded to like just think of something and then put it together. I
I
guess,
can't.
interested in the studio, the Stud IO on Bricklink. But I haven't, I think about it a lot. I just don't have the time. I guess I am putting together the siege encampment because that was exciting.
I'm so jealous.
But it's
of you,
just going to
Amy.
go up. And I'm thinking, I don't know, I think I need another table for that biking. It's on an IKEA shelf and it's smushed together. It's not really like round like it should be.
When you've done that one, you have to show me because I don't know. I can't think of which set that is. The season.
It was on the Bricklink program.
Right.
It's like a
It just
perfect
arrived.
addition for the Lion Knights castle.
It's like a what? Sorry.
Do you know the Lion Knights castle?
Yeah.
It's like a perfect addition for that, basically.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm absolutely gutted I missed out on that because obviously everyone's Bricklink designer program.
Oh yes, yes.
And
Nice.
that is just such an amazing set.
Yes, I remember that one now.
Sorry, the dog's barking.
That's
He
all right.
wants to join in.
Just a couple of shout outs. So Ostiv's been in. I can't find Crimson Toaster, but he was in.
Yeah, I'm
shout out
sorry to hear he was sick.
Who? Crimson Toaster?
Ostif.
Oh,
Excuse
Ostiv.
me,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does he know? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he
Probably
said
all of
he
those bloody.
had just gotten
probably
out of
all
the
those pillows
hospital, or maybe he was at the doctor or at the hospital. I don't know.
Here's a question, but nothing to do with from Papa Rex. For everyone, what's your favourite book?
Good question.
The Hobbit.
Oh, see.
Good answer.
The Very Hungry Caterpillar.
Yeah.
Oh, Christ.
See, I didn't enjoy The Hobbit very much, but I love The Lord of the Rings.
I never actually read The Lord of the Rings. I only read The Hobbit.
See, I read it first, and then I read Sir Pops. That's why. Oh, shout out to Hive, Evening Hive.
Hive, the man.
Hi, Hive. I'm always a lurker on his rants and.
Yeah, I was going to say Hive. If you tuned in,
do a little sneaky plug on his thing this afternoon.
if you tuned in a little bit earlier, Hive, about 5-10 minutes ago, you would have heard me just going on a complete rant about
He's trying to
justifying my opinions, but on my own stream. But there you go.
Evening Clever Pig as well. Another lovely lad that we met.
Is it bad that I don't read books?
No, not really. I'm trying to think of my favourite book, and
Clever Pig.
To be honest with you, one of my favourites, it might be a hot take, is actually I really enjoyed because I've read it a couple of times because I never read books more than once, and that's the Harry Potter Prisoner of Azkaban. I still think that's my favourite one out of the whole lot.
I've never read or watched Harry Potter.
He's what? Sorry, Nimble?
They've done a Scottish version of Harry Potter books.
Oh, I don't know.
And I remember reading the back of it, and I was like, what was going on here? I think it was in like a W.H. Smith's.
No, I don't know that one.
Anyway, yeah, books, not for me. Yeah, it's just as lazy as I am. I can't be asked.
I was going to say it a bit before everyone's time, but I was going to say Janet and John, but nobody would know that joke.
Yeah, that was the school. That was the school books, wasn't it?
Yeah, Janet and John had a ball.
Yeah,
Oh,
it changed to
ours is
it
Dick and
changed.
Jane.
Yeah, it changed to Kathy and
yeah,
Mark.
a bit like preschool, sort of get you to learn to read.
It changed to Kathy and Mark. Whittakee, but you'll know that I'm old enough to remember there was still some of those kicking about in my school.
What was it changed to? Kathy and
Kathy
Mark.
and Mark.
Oh right,
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Well, it wasn't changed to. What I'm saying is that was the next generation.
Right.
Generation, so.
Okay.
But I remember some of those old books kicking about. So I can almost see. I can visualize the covers of them, and that's because some things stand out to me and I remember them. I just want to go back to what I was talking about, but other things just don't. It's probably just my memory, selective memory. But
actually, another one that I really did enjoy when I was younger was oh god, it was a James Herbert. Is it James?
Frank Herbert.
No, no, the other James something. He did like The Fog and Survivor and stuff like that. Domain, Rats.
Oh, I only tend to read science fiction if I'm honest, but I have been reading King Solomon's Mines. But with what's his name? Have you ever watched The League of Gentlemen? The League of Shadows. Have you ever watched The League of Gentlemen? With Sean Connery plays Alan Quatermain.
Yeah, do you know what? I really enjoyed that film, but according to him, that was what killed his. He didn't like doing it in the end or something. It was like,
well, he doesn't match the character. He doesn't match it. So Alan Quatermain was
he plays himself, doesn't he?
They all play in people from popular fictional folklore, if you like. So he played Alan Quatermain, who was from King Solomon's Mines, who was basically like a gold hunter or a hunter. And then you had Tom Sawyer. You had Frankenstein, not Frankenstein. You had
Dr. Jekyll and Hyde.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, the Invisible Man. You had what's the vampire? The vampiress.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking, what's the other one?
Dorian Gray.
Yeah, that's it.
Dorian Gray. So I've got all of those books now. I've managed to accumulate all of them. So I've got all those books I want to kind of go through and read. It's not my normal type of thing. It's like fantasy stuff. I tend to write science fiction, but I've been enjoying King Solomon's Mines.
Yes,
and I've got all the because basically my store used to sell classic novels, so things like Moby Dick, Frankenstein, For Whom the Bell Tolls, all that kind of stuff, right? And they were quite expensive. But before they stopped selling them, they put them all down to like I think it was like 3 for £5, and we got double discount as well. So I got 3 books for £2.50. So I bought like every single copy. So every classic. Basic class, so like things like War of the Worlds, 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea, all that kind of stuff. So I bought all of them. So I got this in work because I still haven't brought them home. Like 6 or 7 boxes full of like classic titles, which I paid the equivalent of like £1.20 a piece for, which is like next to nothing. But
I've never read War of the Worlds. I've got it on CD, but I've never read it.
It's a difficult read.
Paddy the Third dot. What is the name of the author of these books? Because I'm sure it's James something. I just can't remember. See if she let me know. He was like was it like the British version of King, really? Stephen King.
So my favorite book, I'd say then is it's a bit of a cop out, but I'm going to go for Star Wars, which is Phasma. If you haven't read Phasma, it's Captain Phasma's origin story. And if you like Mad Max or have ever seen Mad Max, the origin story is that because the planet she grew up on was desolate and basically you had to kind of kill each other to survive. And it's just like this whole episode of Mad Max that kind of just drags out for the entire episode and kind of shows how she was basically. It's just annoying though because her book and her origin story is completely badass, the same as the character looked. But was never really portrayed properly. That was one of the worst things about she was one of the best things, but also most disappointing things about the sequels for me. But if you ever fancy like that kind of read, Mad Max type science fiction, read Phasma. It's a fantastic read. Even if you're not into Star Wars, it's great. So, Smokey's got my back. Yeah, we'd like to answer questions like this, and I think this is a time where I'm going to interject something, and hopefully Garrett's still out there and he doesn't mind me mentioning this. So. It isn't been finalized yet, and there's no kind of permanency to any of this. This is just kind of speculation. So I'm working on a couple of collaborations, one of which I'm not going to really find out what it looks like until August, and that's with the person I was talking about that's not part of this community, which we'll talk about a little bit later on because there's something coming up that I'm involved in. But the collaboration is on the plan, on the cards for that later, sort of late summer. But also, me and Garrett have been talking offline, so we get on quite well. I like to consider him as a good friend, and so we've thrown about the idea, and I'm kind of up for a bit of feedback. We've thrown about the idea of doing one night a week, and it'll be late because we've got to satisfy. He's in Oregon, which is 8 hours behind UK time, so we've got to satisfy both crowds realistically. So it's going to be kind of 11 till midnight UK time ish. I would have thought one night a week, yet to be determined, and we're just going to have a build stream. Now, I've just looked at analytics, and some of the best numbers I've had in terms of people watching and tuning in, commenting, when I've done these random build streams. And as you guys know, if you've watched my build stream, not a lot of building happens. It's just me just talking bollocks. And, some people jump on, some people don't. And it's just, I find them, I like to think they serve a purpose in terms of entertainment. And the figures tell me that to some degree.
Yeah, no, I've jumped in those couple. It's been good.
I've been in
so
a
what
few.
we're going to do, so it's going to be me and Garrett. We're going to try and stream it to both channels. We're going to be building for an hour. So specifically an hour, we're going to go, there's none of this, it might be 3 hours, it might be 4 hours, see how long it goes. We're going to build, see how far we build. We'll show what we're building at the beginning, show how far we've got. Generally, it'll be Star Wars, but it doesn't have to be. Certainly for me, it'll be Star Wars, but obviously he's got a backlog as well. So we'll build for an hour. And in that hour, we're going to talk about the most random topics possible. I don't know. Do you wear pajamas to bed? Why not? And we're just going to talk random nonsense. And obviously encourage the chat to stick along with it. So we're also going to try not to, which is going to be tough for me, try not to kind of start talking about whether you wear pajamas or not, and end up talking about, how do you cook your good burgers on the barbecue? And we're going to try and avoid that. We're going to try and stay on topic, but the topics are going to be the most random things ever. And look, I'm not going to go into the reasons why we've decided to do it because it's serving a purpose for us both. But so keep a lookout because we're going to try and launch that at some point soon. And then the only other thing I wanted to present.
Sounds a good crack, that.
We're just trying it out. If it doesn't happen, if it doesn't work, I think basically, again, I hope Garrett doesn't mind me saying this, but basically from the conversation I've had with Garrett, he wants to kind of commit to something a bit more regular on his channel. Obviously we've got this stream on this channel, but sometimes it's nice to do something separate from that. And Garrett's kind of the same. He wants to do something. He can say like, I do this once a week. So at the moment he just tends to go as and when he can because of his schedule. It's understandable. And he wants to be able to commit more to his subscribers in terms of some kind of regular content. And hopefully we can do something with it. But sorry, Matt, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was only going to joke anyway. I was going to say, right, Nimble, we'll have to do one together with my Razor Crest.
Yeah, mate.
Well, hey, look.
I didn't realise, right? I didn't realise it's over 6,000 pieces, isn't it? I think that's the.
Wow.
Or was
It's a
Rivendell
nice build though. It don't drag on like. I'm sure he'll enjoy it. I
mean, that's the thing now. I get little sets and they're done within like I don't know, and I'm like, oh, I feel like I'm changing where I want to buy bigger sets that take me longer to build and because. Like for example, when I get the Bestman Jaw one, I'm sure that will only take me about an hour or something to build, probably. Which is a set I really want, but I like the actual experience of building and stuff. So, with the Razor Crest,
dump all the bags.
I'll try and do.
Stretch it out.
I'll try and do. Oh God, no. I'll try and do. A couple of bags and make it stretch out. Now I have to say, right. So, kid that I work with. He was given a second-hand Monkey Kid set, yeah, and one it was partially made.
Hey? Oh, Monkey Kid. Sorry, I was thinking of One Piece.
No,
sorry, go on.
No, sorry, a Monkey Kid set, which is quite oldish one, I think, because one it was partly made as well, so I had to take it all apart, which is I hate doing, and then trying to build it with this big box full of just all these black people. Oh, it's a nightmare. Absolute nightmare.
All these black what? What are you
pieces?
saying?
All the black pieces. Yeah, because it's got so much, and it's just really because obviously I'm used to having bags and stuff like that. But you know, this is what you do. You love it. But honestly, I've
Welcome
got
to
this
my world, mate.
huge box. It's like 2,000 odd pieces, and I'm just like, well, let's just say we've done 2 little builds of it, and that's it at the moment. So it's going to take a while.
It'll only get easier though the more you do.
Yeah, gradually. But it's first of all trying to find these little pieces, and especially when there's probably only one of that piece in like a 2,000 lot of bricks. It's like, oh. And then I've had to do it on, because there was no instructions, so I had to do it online. And I was trying to find this purple color, and I couldn't find it anywhere. And in the end, it turned out that it was actually not purple; it was magenta, but it looked purple on the instructions online. I was like, yeah, that wasted a good half an hour trying to find that piece.
That's the over 50 thing, Martin.
Sorry?
I have that that's the over 50 thing. I have that all the time with the colors. Yeah. I'm like, that's not gray.
Try looking at the 1999 Lego set instructions.
It must have been the iPad, because I was showing the other people and the staff, and they're going, yeah, no, that's purple. I was like, well, no, it's not. I said, look, that's a purple one, and that one looked blue. Weird. But yeah.
So coloring is rough on the instructions.
I was just about to say, actually, Amy, this is a good question. This is a question for you that I was kind of thinking of when we knew we were going to get you on the show. When you guys do build together, which you kind of already made it clear that you kind of build together, or you know when you're building, you're there at least. Have you got like a technique? Like, for example, I'll dump out all the bags regardless of the size of the set. But I generally don't buy UCS, in fairness, or I don't buy UCS. So do you have a technique? You're one of these people, because I've seen these people who will open all the bags still, but then they'll organize all the sets into pieces. It's called like nulling or something, or you put all the sets, or you put it into pots and do all this kind of stuff. What's the...
One bag at a time. Only dump out that bag, so you have exactly what you need.
Follow the instructions, yeah.
Just like me. That's how it should be.
The boring way, like.
Oh, not that one.
The NPC way. What do you mean, Ken?
No, I've got put the wrong thing up. He wanted to know where Slurpy is. He had to go Motown. He's got some personal stuff to do.
Oh, did you answer this question, or have I missed it? Oh no, yeah, no, you did answer that one, didn't you?
No,
favorite build at what was the favorite build you saw at BrickWorld, Amy?
Sorry, I was muting for the dog barking.
I thought that was Whittakee.
The Atlantis.
What, barking?
Oh, you can't hear the dog? He lives up
yeah,
there,
we did.
But
yeah, we did hear it briefly.
Trying to talk to everyone.
I thought it was man's cat being sick.
No, there was an Atlantis, but it had a lot of like, I don't know, leaves and seaweed and overgrowth. I don't know. I liked it. And then it had like a video monitor, like it was like this big, but it was a video monitor that had like the quantum going in.
Oh, okay.
Nice one, yeah. I mean, mine was the castle and the forest bit, but yeah.
A video monitor of the quantum going in.
Yeah, it had like there was like a person, and then it had like just like around it.
Like, yeah.
So like a Stargate. Was it like the Stargate looking one?
But it was an Atlantis temple. And it was supposed to be underwater, like it had all the accoutrements of like seaweed and underwater fish, and it was lit up all day too. So it was twinkling.
Yeah, I remember seeing that one. Nice.
I don't think I saw that one, but it does ring a bell. I mean, I saw so much stuff. And again,
yeah, I know.
You know, going back to what we were saying, I remember me and Slurpy being in bed the Friday, not together, before we say anything. Being in bed on the early hours of Friday. Was it Friday night going into Saturday? Was it No, it couldn't have been Saturday because he left early Sunday morning. Yeah, so it must have been early hours of Saturday morning stroke Friday night. Stupid o'clock. And I remember Slurpy going, oh, we need to go. We haven't seen any Lego yet. We haven't seen any Lego. And again, I wouldn't say I was disappointed by that, but I saw such a small portion of the mocks And one of the things I did say to myself was, I wish I'd seen more mocks. Again, my fault, nobody else's fault, but I should have,
It's
spent
not
more
just
time
you,
looking.
Martin. I was watching Padawan's thing, and a lot of people were saying that a lot of us seem to just sort of see the left side, the right side. Not a lot of us saw the left side. I think I went round very quickly because if I didn't, I would have missed a few, like that big bridge to do with Star Wars. That was cool. And right at the back, the Indiana Jones set that was also good.
Yeah.
But I didn't
want to know what he's missed. So do you want to tell him about your address? No, don't.
Just rewind.
No.
Yeah,
just watch it. Watch it on replay.
Cat walkies. What?
He takes his cat on a walk, mate. It's class.
Do you know what? Quite a few Americans do as well, don't they? I've seen them with their leads, and God, honestly, my cats, I'd have to drag them.
I think Muttley's cat just follows him though. He doesn't need a lead. It just takes
my nan's cat used to do that. She used to go walk to the shops with her and stuff. Yeah.
There's a woman around who lives near me who walks a ferret with a lead and everything.
Oh,
and
I've seen that
stinks.
Before, yeah.
The thing is absolutely umping. You can smell it coming from a mile off. Like I remember walking before out of Asda.
What about the ferret?
I was walking out of Asda and I remember thinking to myself, I recognise that awful gash smell. That's that woman with the ferret. I turned around, she was behind me.
Glad you're with me, Nimble.
Oh, it was shocking. I mean, it must have just been peeing all over herself for years. But anyway, since Muttley is around and in the house,
Saul makes 10. 10 ought to do it, don't you think? You think we need one more? You think we need one more? All right, we'll get one more.
One more.
And also because who else did we see earlier? Did we see?
Oh yeah, Muggsy. Yeah, we did.
We did see Muggsy, lad, did we?
Yeah.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later, and we're gonna hurt some people.
Whose car are we gonna take?
Classic.
I will say it's a shame you haven't got a certain clip of me, because when Amy mentioned that Nick's liked the Avatar sets, I was like, oh, that would have been perfect.
Yeah,
perfect to put that. Did you hear about that, Amy?
Hello? No, I don't. Do you not like Avatar?
No, we did a thing once.
Amy, you don't know the law. You don't know the law. Don't tell her.
I'll be very quick.
Don't tell her. Don't tell her.
I'll go back. I'll go back.
Okay. I've got it.
Oh, you got it. Oh, right. Here we go.
Yeah, I don't want
content for it.
I wasn't trying to silence you. I was just trying not to give it a spoiler.
Okay.
I'll tell you what it is. I uploaded it to Ken's. So he's still got it on Brick Dynasty to play anytime he wants, but for some reason it's not on here because we had them all wiped off, didn't we? For that stupid reason ages ago. So yeah, so it's not on here.
If you go back to,
do you want to explain?
So if you go back to one of the shows we did, it was quite a while ago now, but basically Martin came up with an idea that we had to pick a set, not a set, a theme, but not Star Wars, and we had to, so whether you liked it or not, but we had to try and, what's the word? Promote it, say it was great, the best set in the world, that sort of thing. And because you did Mario, didn't you? Bless.
Yeah.
So I thought straight away, because he wanted us to do a little video promoting it. So straight away I thought, well, I'm going to do an Avatar set. So I have actually got the first wave because I thought it was lovely and it looks really nice because they all join together. But the way I promoted it is that I only had some emulsion blue, so I painted my face with blue emulsion.
Oh
with a kind of scarf around my head, like his sort of thing, and did a very quick 2-minute promotion of it. And then I think I said, I've got to get it off because I can feel it drying.
Oh my God.
Starting to crack.
Nice.
I definitely have to go back.
Next thing I know, it's on bleeding Ken's thing and everything.
I got some good votes because of that. It's the first ever collaboration show we did. So you go back and it's like, have you ever seen the film Run DMC versus Aerosmith, Walk This Way?
Yeah.
Where they're banging on the wall. Well, we're on one side of the wall. Brick Dynasty, aka Ken and Saunders, are on the other side of the wall. And we did a kind of collaboration to both channels,
Fun.
and it's that one, and it's really
Remember
fun
what number it
because
is, but yeah,
you
you will
think
see
we had
it's
about
all like this sort of thing.
was
So
it seven or eight of us on there, and we all did different themes, and we tried to stay away from Star Wars. So I thought it was a cop out to do Star Wars because most of the people in both of our chats
there
are
were
Star
6 of
Wars
us.
fans, so that was going to
We
get the
could only have
votes, I
6
guess.
at the time, so it was 6 of us.
6, that was it. Yeah.
Yeah, because you had
So
Ken who did he did Monkey Kid. You had Saunders who did the Cars Speed Champions, which won. You done Mario. I did Avatar. Oaktown did Ninjago, no surprise, and Slurpy did City.
yeah,
and
I didn't even lose, did I?
Roasted.
Did I? I didn't come last though. I thought Oaktown came last, didn't he?
No, I think you did.
Did I come last? Yeah. Well, Mario's just. I mean,
because Paul Ken was going to do it, but then Oaktown came in and said, like, it's like, well, but then so Ken very politely said, "Okay, I'll change to Monkey Kid."
Yeah, no, fair play. It was a good show. We're going to try and do something like that again.
And like I said, I didn't meet. I just the only reason why I chose Avatar because I thought I'm going to paint myself blue and look like an idiot.
Well, also because you had some of the sets.
Yeah,
so you could
and that's the thing. That I think you lot didn't realize that as well. I had the whole wave 1. I mean, I do have that on display because, like I say, you can attach them all together, and they do look nice together. The second wave was awful because they all had little legs as well, didn't they? At least with the first one, you had the long legs and everything. So, but anyway, going off the thing, but yeah, I did think that though, Avatar. I was like, yay!
Ric Flair, how we do it?
Amy, whenever you're ready.
No, while Brick Flair's there, Sack. Just a sec. Just while Brick Flair's there. Just saying.
And a shout out to Liam Brick the Bed.
Hey, Liam.
Liam, how we doing, mate?
Good day, mate.
The Aussies are in the house.
Good day, mate.
That stream was
on the Barbie.
A snake on the Barbie. Surely a shrimp, isn't it?
Snag on the Barbie.
Oh, what's a snag?
Wonder if he likes Bluey as well.
It's just something that I caught off of Home and Away, like flaming now, Blake.
Okay. So sorry, briefly because you mentioned it, and then I think you cut yourself off actually, but you were saying you wanted to do a stream with Nimble. I know you were joking, tongue in cheek, but the point I was going to say is if you want to use the StreamYard because you've got the full access to it to do any kind of stream you want to do it, because I encourage it, because I really enjoyed Maul and Padawan got together last night to do a stream. If you haven't gone,
that was good.
Go and check it out over on Padawan's channel. And it was really good because they
live, but yeah,
they did their kind of rundown, their boys rundown on BrickWorld, and I thought it was quite encompassing because there was some interesting points that they made. There were some things they talked about which I didn't know occurred. They made reference to some ACOB drop, something that dropped by ACOB whilst there, other than the stuff I already knew. And I was like, wait, did I miss that?
You didn't get the box of boys?
That I knew about, but they were talking about it like there was something else, like there was another mystery thing. But I don't know of anything else.
Know.
Maybe it's just the band torsos then.
Damn.
But anyway,
well, that was if you got more than one set of box of boys, then you got another torso. If you got 3, then you were guaranteed to get the
GWP. Yeah, but we knew about that one. I think.
But then that we didn't know about, but it was at the Box of Boys release where the like Walk Away Life Bricks big.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I Miami Dolphin big. Those we didn't know about till we got to the Box of Boys release.
Right, Smoky Smokes. Yeah, it was the tiny mini build set. Right, okay, that's fine. So I did miss a lot. I couldn't go to the. I did actually get there, but as I got there, everything was ending, and most of the people had already gone, and they stopped playing the music and stuff. But I didn't actually go to the ACOB drop, which I was I was disappointed about. My fault. I chose not to go because we were streaming at that point, and I didn't realize that Ostiv was booked in, or somebody was booked in after us. I thought it was just free range, so I thought the original plan were people were supposed to stream from there. Yeah. But a couple of things went wrong. First of all, because I was the only person out there who actually had like full connection properly. They couldn't connect, and then I think Padawan did connect, and I didn't notice that he was waiting in the waiting room because the way I have it set up, he was off screen. So I didn't notice. So he was trying to do it. The point was someone was supposed to be there live, showing, live tuned in. Now, that was the first plan. Because that didn't happen, I had some other people up on the stage and I was interviewing them who weren't part of the community and obviously didn't know who ACOB was or whatever. Same people I was talking about earlier. And interviewing them, that was fine. But we also I was like, right, well, as soon as I finish with these guys, I'll go mobile and go there. But I didn't want to leave all the equipment. Of course, everybody else was up there, so there was nobody to leave the equipment with. So I just thought, look, they're all going to come piling back down soon. And I think it was Ostiv, if I remember correctly, suddenly appeared and was like, I'm streaming now in like 10 minutes. I was like, I didn't know. There was no sort of set schedule, really. It was just a case of you stayed. So obviously I had to hustle and get rid of my guests and kind of move on. So then by the time I went up to the Box of Boys thing, it was kind of finishing. And I managed to collect my stuff, no problem or anything. But obviously I missed that hype of it, which I was a bit disappointed about. But again, nothing to do with anyone else. Nobody's responsible for that. I did it, just letting everybody know. I did have my own choice, Nicole.
It was like you asking for guests.
Now, aren't you?
No, well, as an example,
don't let it get.
If we use that as an example, what could have been said based on what did get said is, well, we only had that room for 2 hours, so we couldn't keep that going any longer for you. Like, well, I know, I never said you needed to.
No.
Just
right.
You know what I mean, so I've got.
You had a lovely time.
That's the kind of thing. That's the kind of thing that I got back basically. So.
But they kept saying, oh, if you need to use it, go right ahead. If you need to use the streaming booth, go right ahead. It's the same as you asking for guests. There was no schedule. So if people had it in their mind they were going to use it, they didn't know other people were.
Yeah, and it was Ostiv anyway, so it wasn't like it was like some strangers. I believe it was Ostiv. It might not be. It might be someone else. But the point is, I was like, if I'd known, I could have kind of wound down. Whereas instead, if you watch the stream, I kind of have to kind of cut quite short if any of you guys were able to watch it. But again, we'll get onto that later. It's not a huge issue. But
So going back to our guest, and I don't want to embarrass you, Amy, or anything, but I want again say thank you so much for like gifts you gave, like me and Martin.
Oh, you're welcome.
And I've also seen Sean to Brent. It's like,
oh, I was there for that. Yeah,
amazing woman, and yeah, because these little things, so excited.
I'm glad I'm glad you could use them.
Right? Did you know that
they were just sitting in my closet?
When I looked at the instructions, there's about 3 different builds for each one of these.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, no, I was really surprised. Yeah. My mate who doesn't like Lego, but he loves Doctor Who. He was like, oh, can I have them? I said, no, you can't.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can get because obviously they were built. I took them apart, and then when I saw the instructions, I thought, well, that's different to what it was. And then I noticed there's like 3 different versions of the TARDIS you can do, about 3 different versions of K9. But I just went for the classic. But also. Yeah, I mean, Peter Capaldi was one of but yeah, so thank you ever so much for it. It was brilliant. When I came out and, it's like, oh, did you see the sets? It's like, yeah, but, not at that price. And he went, yeah, I was like, wow, thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm glad. Like you guys know, but I did buy a set for myself. It's a 1980s plane and airport set from eBay, and it showed that it had a full set of the airplane. It was already built, and I just thought, oh, this is cool. It reminds me of the 80s, and it was from eBay. And then it had like Ziploc bags, and I thought, oh, well, that must be the airplane broken down. And so there's all kinds of crap, Lego in there, which included the Doctor Who. It has the whole Dimensions set, like the big Stargate thing, and a lot of purple shields, which it's part of it, but to me it's a purple shield. So we got to make a purple knight or purple Viking. And then it had the Star Wars. It had a sealed in-bag TC-14, which I looked it up when we got it, and I'm like, Nix, this is $100. What? Yeah. I paid $175 for the whole set, and it had 2 airports. One doesn't have the complete figs, but it's 2 complete airports And I was going to bring one to sell at BrickWorld, but I'm like, no one's going to want to buy it. No one wants that old stuff. And then it had the mini builds of those little Star Wars ships that I'm like, I don't know. And it had the figures, but I had the figures in one place and the sets, the little built ships separate. And then Nick's is like, oh, I want this guy and this guy. And I'm like, you don't Star Wars. And he's like, yes, I do. And I'm like,
You don't Star Wars.
You do now.
Because I never showed him the films.
No,
well, it was great. Going up into your without. I need to make sure I say this right. But being in your room that day, I think it was with Garrett anyway.
Yeah,
we walked in empty-handed, and he walked out with a suitcase, which he later filled with Lego, and I walked out with four bags of Lego.
Well, and I sold the TC-14 to Tanner, who I think was on Will's Bricks Productions. He was on his live stream, and I'm like, I got this for sale if you want it. So I sold it to him for 80, and he took some of the Star Wars figs. And I don't remember. I think he gave me. I don't remember if he gave me 100 or 120 because of the fig.
Nice.
I'm like, I don't care if you $5. I mean, just take. They were 6 figs. I'm like, just take them. He's like, no, that's not fair. Here, take this. I'm like, all right.
Fair play.
And that's like, Martin gave me $30. I'm like, I'll just give it to Nick's. He gave me $30. I'm like, whatever. I don't care. I don't want to haggle for selling it. If you want it, great, take it.
You insisted not to give you anything for it, but when I walked away and I started looking through the figs, there's one fig in here that's, I mean, it's not in the best condition, and it's not because I plan to sell it, but just because, there's I can't remember which fig it was, but there's one fig in here.
What you say, people are going to say, well, he was complaining that it wasn't a good condition.
No, he knew. He saw it before, and he knew it was used.
Yeah. No,
it is one fig. There's one fig in here that was,
nice.
Held the value, but the legs are very loose on it, so I probably wouldn't get what it's worth. I mean, these go for about 50 quid, I think. But I wouldn't have got that. I wouldn't have got that for it because A, I'm not going to sell it, and B, because the legs are really loose. But it's like it just didn't feel right to take this for nothing. But the fact that you were prepared to give it for nothing is really what matters. But no, I really appreciate it.
That these have gone to a very good home.
Fantastic.
I've got them out now, but they are actually in a little box. I've put them in a little box because, very, very happy. But I noticed that in the garage sale as well, somebody was selling, and I think it was cheaper than the small little sets. Somebody was selling, is it like the Batman starter set of Dimensions? Who had the proper big thing? I'm surprised Garrett didn't buy that because it's Batman.
He might have it already.
Yeah, might do.
And I think the sets he got were from not the garage sale; they were from the man outside.
The vendor out in the hallway.
Yeah, it was because that's where you got your.
He traded them Pokemon cards.
That's where you got your solo set, wasn't it, Martin?
Yeah, only because he was already spending like 1,700 on sets, and I was like, "Throw that in, take a $10 off it for me, will you?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, no problem." Yeah. It was for me, so just give Garrett the $30. Like, but
so I forgot when Slurpy was on earlier. I forgot because obviously Blockhead.
Yeah,
is our sort of mascot sort of thing. But Martin, you also gave us another like torso, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh, I got four. I got the whole family.
Blockhead has got a pet who's got his own pet.
Oh, look at that!
That's brilliant.
So it's supposed to be there's a dad that's got a green body. Blockhead's got the blue body. The daughter has got the pink body, and the mother's got the orange body. And I'm in the process of making the whole family.
And I just went for a lion for some reason.
Yeah.
It came with this thing that I got, and like with really old Lego pieces. I think I showed it. It's like a tray, and you can open it up, and it had all this like really old like heads and stuff like that in it, like 70s, probably 70s, 80s.
Yeah. Oh no, I had it because I had the camel. Yeah, I had Ken's camel.
Oh, look at that!
Have you read that, Martin?
I put it up.
Oh, you put it up, right?
Yeah, I'm an absolute jerk. Like that's it. Now I'm gonna defend myself in the comments for weeks.
Well, he's found an elephant to go with his awkward camel.
I'm pretty sure I got the elephant as well, actually, in that same bag, Ken. It's just funny though. We were making fun of it, and I got one because Ken couldn't get hold of one for whatever reason, and I found someone selling them for like 3 pence. I was like, I'm doing an order anyway, just add them on, and I ordered like a bunch just to give to us lot. I think so. Martin had one, Slurpy had one, I got one, and then I was looking in a bag. That was for BrickWorld people, mate. You know, if you weren't there, you miss out. There might be some exchanges going on at Bricktastic if you make it, but no, I was looking through a big bag of old Lego, which had just random parts in it, and I saw that the camel was actually in there, and he was in better condition than the ones that I'd ordered from Bricklink. But yeah,
There's a question for Nimble.
Oh yeah, I was doing that. It's up in the air at the moment, mate. I'm gonna do me.
How about you, Amy? Are you going next year? Back next year?
Probably not. Oh, to BrickWorld, yes.
Yeah.
But I thought you were talking about. I am going to go to Bricktastic one year in England,
Cool.
but probably not this coming one because it's too short of a time to save a couple $1,000. So maybe in a year from now,
Yeah, I don't want to rub it in for Martin or whatever. So, but
Yeah.
that's why I phoned. Me and Nimble was on. Do you know we were on phone for about an hour? Do you know that the other day?
Oh no, yeah.
Jesus, talking about me, were you saying about slating off my comments from last week?
Yeah, we were absolutely ripping you to pieces.
Yeah.
But listen, Amy,
I was moaning about how itchy I still am with your beard.
I've got a good question for Amy, ready to go.
Oh, go on. Yeah, sorry, you did say it earlier.
I think you've probably sort of answered it anyway, but is there a theme, and it could be anything ever, that Lego could take on, a new theme that would get you interested in buying sets and building them for yourself, not just for you to share?
You're muted.
Sorry. Probably I didn't read the books or I saw the show a little bit, but Outlander, but more of like a Scottish.
Right.
Like a Highland and Scottish Highlands and maybe like castle ruins.
Yeah.
But it goes along with like the Outlander. Like I don't need the sci-fi part in the but just Scottish theme, I think, which I guess also goes along with Vikings. I don't know.
Yeah. A nice one.
Highlander, yeah.
Or even like, because I know in Outlander they go to North Carolina, but like maybe old, so that's 1700s America as well. I don't know.
Was there a series of that? Was there a series?
That's all Outlander. It's a book and then it's a TV show.
Yeah. Is there a film as well called that? I'm sure there was a film called Outlander as well.
No, that's Highlander.
There's a film, yeah, I loved that movie.
Yeah, no, I'm not getting it. I'm
Highlander
not getting it with Highlander, but I'm sure there was, because I'm sure my son bought it for me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was
Jim Highlander. Oh God, no.
That was Jim Caviezel or whatever it is.
Yeah,
you talking about that one?
Yeah,
where he's like, isn't he like an alien or something like that? He lands on the Earth.
Future or something. It's a bit weird.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not too sure. But yeah, no, I'm not getting it mixed with Highlander. I mean, that's
So even maybe like you could call it historical theme or something. Like I don't know.
Yeah. So are you interested in like castles and history, that sort of avenue?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Well, you should definitely come to Britain at some point because we're absolutely crawling with them.
Yeah.
Have they, Martin? You might know this. Have they ever done like an official Lego model of, say, like Buckingham Palace or anything like that?
I don't think so.
No, or Windsor Castle or anything. I'm surprised they. I'm surprised they haven't. You know, they've done a bleeding telephone box. I'm surprised they haven't.
We've got Tower Bridge.
Yeah, they've done Tower Bridge.
But nothing like. Don't know.
Yeah, I think it would need to be in the architecture line, and I don't know if they want to do that.
Because they've done Big Ben, haven't they? They did the Houses Park Big Ben, and
they did.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And I'm sure they've done. They've surely done the White House, but it might be like a micro scale one in the architecture line. But yeah, you're probably right. I don't know.
I'm surprised they haven't done like a Buckingham Palace or something like that. But oh well. Not that I would get it. Not my cup of tea, but.
The hard
So
thing is
subject
I
to me,
can't
like,
afford the
display file
$400,
fantasy.
$500 sets.
Yeah, it's a
I-
lot, isn't it?
I mean, I guess it's not that I can't afford them, it's that I choose not to buy them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know, if I saved,
Yeah.
I could afford it.
I
But-
mean,
That's me with UCS in general. It's like, why would I spend that much on one set, which is, you know, can't stay any longer on the shelf that I haven't got than any other sets. So I'd rather get 10 smaller sets over a larger period of time.
oh,
And
if
not
anyone's
build them
going to
either.
know, this man will know. There you go.
Yeah, you asked the wrong person.
Yeah.
Muttley's got an army of them.
Oh, I didn't know there
Yeah.
was a Buckingham Palace one.
I
That's
didn't
cool.
either.
Yeah,
Send the
Muddy's got
pictures.
12 of them. Muddy's got 12 in his attic.
See, and that's why what I said earlier, I'm sort of slightly going the opposite way, where I'm so fed up with like getting little sets and then just, you know, within 5 minutes done it or whatever. I tend to start buying the bigger sets now. And yeah, I can't afford them all the time. It takes me, I have to save up, but at least that gives me a goal to, and slightly different, obviously, because I won't tell the reason why, but obviously I didn't spend too much money over there because I didn't eat much. Because no, I'm not going to say.
Yeah.
Martin will tell me off. But obviously I did bring back more money than what I was expected. So and I thought, well, I would have spent it anyway. So yes, I bought myself two lots of nice shelves. Bought myself that Dungeons and Dragons set, but that was 65 quid knocked off. And then I did go and buy. I thought, sorry, I've got 400 odd left, but so I went and bought the Razor Crest because again it was 519 down to 415. So, and I did have a little chat with Muttley, and he suggested that, you know, might not be worth taking the gamble for Black Friday because obviously it retires this year, and you know the chances of it going down more than 20%, and then obviously everyone else will be trying to grab it. So he said if you've got the money, grab it now. So I thought, yeah, so I did. That's the way now. So everything now I got that I put saving, it's for saving. So
talking about big sets, it's hard to get both, isn't it? Both for big sets and smaller ones.
Private chat.
Oh,
private chat. This is for Martin more than anybody else because he's got a tendency to not contain his excitement.
Okay, I don't even know.
No, I know you don't, but you will.
Okay, I won't. Okay,
and you're likely to say before I get a chance to say
doing that. I do have. I don't mean to. I really don't. I
You'll
just
be
get
like,
a bit...
oh look, we've got Smoky Smokes waiting in the green room. Like, it's not Smoky Smokes, but just
no, I didn't think it was going to be. Oh, I promise I won't say anything.
Okay, so look, we two guests for
roll?
tonight. Look, there isn't any reason why the person needs to be a mystery, but I just thought it's fun. But also, Amy, I know you did say
co-hosts.
I know, because I know you'd say something. I know you'd say at the very beginning. Oh, so when is Smoky Smokes coming on? Oh, because you have got a tendency to spoil things.
What I meant is you could say like this person's coming on, but don't say anything.
Yeah, no, it's just easier not to.
I could have a
but
ready. Okay,
I know. Just put mystery guest. They don't mind. They know that they're a mystery guest, so you're not offending anybody. But no, I know Amy did say that she probably couldn't sit out the entire 4 hours. However, you are more than welcome to stay and find out.
Well,
what the
I
mystery
was
guest
planning
is
to go from the dining room and sit on the hard dining room chair, and
hey,
then
you stay as long as
I'm
you
on the couch, which is fine.
You stay as long as you like. I know you mentioned that you might not be able to stay the full time, and the other person also said the same thing. So in an ideal world, I would have got 2 separate shows, but because the other person isn't as readily available, I thought. So I do apologize to you both for kind of cramming you into one episode, but it's but you know, you can always come back and do it again if you enjoyed it. But yeah,
you'll probably
so
be
the
a
other
host
person,
anyway.
I wasn't going to say it. I wasn't going to say it.
Well,
Amy's hosting the next show.
Martin's idea of having lots of hosts, so then if someone needs to be off, is a great idea. I don't know why people keep.
Well,
that idea. It's a good idea because then if you can't be here, everyone still feels that it's the same crew.
Well, look at Slurpy, for example. Slurpy it's not going to be here for the next 4 weeks. It would have been tough, you know. And of course, you know, the other guys aren't always readily available. Maul said that he was going to come on for this episode. Send him the link. Hasn't come on. Ostev haven't been very well. Oaktown is kind of fly by the night.
Luckily,
and
I
Padawan's
haven't
back in
missed
work.
one.
So
I haven't missed one yet. I mean, I was only in one for 5 minutes when I came back from hospital, but it still
Right.
made it. Nimble, you
divide and
you
conquer.
free next week, Nimble?
Free next week?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I am working till 10
I'm pretty
Why do you
good to
guys
go
work on
most.
Sundays?
Because I work in like a children's home, so 24 hours. We've got to have someone there all the time. So yeah, what I do. So I work every other weekend, but like the next time I'm on a weekend, I'm on 7 in the morning to 2:30. But next week I'm on at 2 to 10 at night. So I mean, like I normally do. Well, I normally pop in, don't I? Like when I'm there, I go in the office. But
Yeah.
I'm not working on my own next week, so it might be a bit hard to do. So I might not be on until I get home, which is about 20 past 10. So and
I'll
I'm
be
sure
around.
Nice.
Speaking of which, Ken, no. Speaking of 2:30, did you get that tooth fixed, mine?
Tooth?
You said you were having toothache when you were over there. You said you were remember you were ill with everything else, dying of everything, and then you were also like, oh, and also my tooth. You're having problems with toothache.
No.
What do you mean no?
No.
Oh no, wait, no, that was
That
Slurpy,
was you.
wasn't it? No, it wasn't me.
You were worried about
No,
your
it wasn't.
tooth.
No, I was worried about my breath because of a tooth.
Yeah, but it's to do with your tooth, though. Yeah,
no,
no.
Slurpy was actually Slurpy was having tooth pain.
Don't give me any more illness, please.
No, it wasn't you. It was the other one. Slurpy.
The other one.
You all start blending together, all you co-hosts. After all, now I got 127 of you. One for each hour. I was trapped in the rocks.
For the Americans, it's called a tooth.
Yeah, a tooth.
Yeah,
Tooth.
2:30.
It's a tooth.
What time's your dentist appointment? 2:30. Right. So I don't know what this person's doing because they said they're actually backstage waiting. They're not here, so they must be. And I know they're listening. So I think you're backstage at on a different.
Someone else's.
A different stream. So now it's important to know that if you've been like, for example, I'll use this as an example. When I was in Ken's stream as a guest, the next time I logged on to StreamYard, it automatically took me to the backstage of Ken's stream. It does that? Sometimes you got to refresh it, especially if you've got your own. So even though I put in the link, the same was with Ostiffs. When I was on Ostiffs 48 hours, and then we tried to launch our show, for some reason it kept taking me back to the backstage of his show. So I don't know how that works, but person, if you're out there listening, you're not backstage. I don't know whose backstage you're at, but it ain't ours.
While we're waiting, Martin, I've been meaning to ask you this, and I keep forgetting. So while it's in my head, could you do me a little favor when you're free at any time?
Which is never, but yeah.
Because you like to look at things on BrickLink, don't you? And
I don't know, I like to, but yeah.
You know, and you're a bit better at it than me. I would wonder if you could have a look. If you could, what do you call it when you part out the pieces?
Yeah.
Do you know? I think it came in a double set. It's a microfighter thing set, but it's a dewback. Could you have a look, see how much that would cost?
It's going to be tough to do if it's two in a set, because you've got to be able to identify from the list of parts which are the dewback and which are from
You could go on Rebrickable and search up like dewback builds and then part out from there. Yeah. Cool, and you'll know what I mean, wouldn't you? It's more on Rebrickable.
Yeah, he's talking about a specific one though.
Do you want the exact one, or you just want a dewback? Or do you need that exact?
No, I don't need the exact one really. I just would like a buildable dewback.
Yeah. See,
I mean, obviously I was going for that because it would be more official. But as long as it's made out of Lego, it doesn't matter, does it? So,
well, you could have mine.
It's an idea.
I'll give you mine. We'll do an exchange because I've got it. I've got that micro builder set. Me and my daughter did the build together. I can't remember what the other creature is. Is it the?
No, the other thing is it's like the capsule, the pod.
So I've got it.
Escape pod.
I've got it. If you only want the dewback, I could just give you the parts.
Because I got the other one. The other one with the well, what do you call it? The oh bloody hell, the hairy elephant.
Bantha.
Oh, the Bantha.
Yeah, I got that double set. And
so there's two schools. There's two schools of thought. either I can try and go through, look at the instructions, work out which pieces for that, segregate them. You're talking about probably about an hour's worth of work just to get you the pieces, which I don't know then what you're going to do with, because I can't send them to you. The only thing I could do is order them and have them delivered to your address, and then you got to work out to pay me. So that's a bit of a nightmare. Or I can just try and find the set. Try to find the set, dig it out, and give it to you when I'm with you next. If you're happy to do an exchange, I don't really want money, but have you got something? Have you got something worth exchanging?
I don't know if I have some pants.
TC14 Skyhopper.
A pair of signed pants sounds better.
I thought you said you had the T16 Skyhopper spare.
Oh, I got that as a microfighter. Yeah, if you want to swap that.
Yeah, I'll swap that for you. So there we go. So guys.
Oh, and just one more thing, very, very quickly. One more thing. When you've got time, could you quickly tutor me how to do a thumbnail? We'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, now I guess it's gone again.
Oh, it's gone.
Ah, why did you have to say it was a he?
I didn't.
You spoiled it now. Now we've whittled it down to like 7 billion people it could be.
Don't put words in my mouth. It's a bit like people saying it to you.
You did say
he's gone again.
I call everybody a he.
It isn't a he anyway, so I said that to try and throw you out.
This is getting confusing. Mystery guest, reveal yourself.
Mystery guest, you were there. Wherever you were in the right place, and I was right. I think they were in the last stream. They were in green room by mistake, but you were right. Just didn't let us drum roll you.
I'm gonna have to go in about 20 minutes myself as well. But
I tell you what, though, they were wearing a real. I think they were wearing a really good T-shirt. Were they wearing a good T-shirt? Pretty sure they were wearing a T-shirt, but I didn't get a chance.
I never wear T-shirts, and Nick says like, "Why did you get this?" And I'm like, "Well, because it's got the BrickWorld." And he's like, "But you don't."
Yeah,
and I'm like, "I don't care."
Do you know what? I saw the design. I recognize the design. I'm thinking
the BrickWorld logo from this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta get merch, ain't you?
Well, now I have somewhere to wear it.
Braving the elements. Yeah.
So here we go, guys. Drum roll. A legend in the community. Another person who I guess if Amy's the mother, the BrickWorld Lego mother, then this would be no relation, but the father.
Not the father.
But the papa.
The papa.
Yay! There he is. Can you hear us?
Yay!
Lovely to see you, Papa.
I don't think... Papa, can you hear us? No, he's got no solo. He's got no audio. Ooh. Papa, can you hear me? Oh, no.
You know what, I was going into that. Do you want to build a snowman?
Tell you what, that looks good in that colour.
Yeah, it does look good. It looks strong. And I took mine to BrickWorld and didn't wear it.
I've got the yellow one coming. I have.
You got the custard one coming, yeah?
The yellow. Yeah. It looks better in person than on the screen.
Yeah.
Which shirt's that side? The cool Han one, or
the mustard one? Is it mustard?
Yeah, that's the one. We wore that all together, and I thought it looked professional, but
yeah, I thought it was good.
Campers.
The on the website it looked different. I like it in person a lot better.
As soon as I saw it, I grabbed the yellow one. I thought it's different.
The yellow one's cool, isn't it?
It's not custard. It's not mustard. It's custard.
Custard.
The custard tea.
When I had this one done, it's like I haven't got a red one, so yeah, it's just slightly different.
What other YouTube Lego show out there has their own merch in the color custard? Nobody, I say. There he is, the man.
That's great. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
and indeed.
Hello, Papa.
Let's keep trying.
We can. There is a lag. There's a slight lag, but we can hear you. I tell you what, though, after seeing seeing his setup there, some of the
fantastic backdrop there.
Yeah, and seeing his setup and the quality of the equipment that he's using, it's quite surprising that he is lagging, because I don't know where I saw the picture, but he's got like some state of the art gear there, I gotta say.
Yeah,
I think
mention what Amy mentioned earlier.
That's me.
Yeah, I'd never heard that. How have I not heard that saying?
They say it quite a lot on the
Oh, I'm terrible. I've just got no ability to retain information anymore, I think.
What's the
just like when we were talking about movies, it goes over your head.
Yeah, well, certain things do and don't. Like, I'm really out. I didn't get the dinos thing. I didn't understand the dinos thing for a while, but I get it now. But right, Papa, are you with us? Papa, can you hear us?
Uh-oh.
Well, if nothing else, we've got a perfectly still image of Papa Trip. So he was officially on the show, but
it's a debut
in a Madame Tussauds version.
No, he's moving.
Look at that shirt, though. Look at that. Oh,
look at those 3D printed things on is right.
Yeah, they look good.
No, those are all terrible compared to this one.
Yeah, yours is
I don't know that this is working for us. We're gonna maybe have to swap the line.
It's working out now.
Yeah, I was going to say, as you decided to give up, it was working. Hello? Yeah, it's just what a shame it's lagging. Wendy, if you're there, and you can, throw, I don't know, maybe do the Slurpy thing and plug the wires into different.
Stop using Slurpy's internet.
Plug in a fresh
straight into a potato, doesn't he?
Plug into a fresh potato, Wendy.
Yeah,
and we'll get going again. Where they're in the Carolinas, right? I can't remember if they're North or South
Normal
Carolina.
potato or sweet potato.
So what would they be plugging into in Carolina? The Carolinas.
Doesn't it have to be a white potato?
What's that?
Could be. Doesn't have
Doesn't
to be.
it have to be a white potato for the electricity to work?
Oh, I don't know. That was the thing on Padawan's stream when they were on about that like jacket potatoes, but they didn't know. They asked what the difference was between a jacket potato and a baked potato. There's no difference. We just call it those two things. But
yeah, I was just trying to explain to them.
But they said they do it with sweet potatoes, where they cut it open and stuff, and then they add like brown sugar and marshmallows. I'm like,
oh, no, I don't like it that way. I like sweet potatoes plain with nothing.
And then what's his name? Saying, oh, and when it's like that, I feel like having a dollop of ice cream on it. I'm like, and even
there is a thing with a sweet potato pie with sugar and brown sugar and I don't know what they put. I've never.
I might have to try it. But normally with sweet potatoes, you can't really bake them as well as normal ones because they go quite mushy.
And they leak like a syrupy.
So a message to Sigsby and more and all the people who weren't really getting the grasp of it, because I don't think CJ was even particularly explaining it well.
No.
But a jacket potato is how it's served. Like, you don't go out and buy a mashed potato. You buy a potato and you mash it, so it's served mashed. You buy a baking potato, you split it open, and it becomes a jacket potato. You don't buy them like that. That's how they're served. Unless you buy the frozen ones. Same with mashed potatoes. You buy frozen.
Potatoes that are cooked with their skins on, I call them jacket potatoes. That's jacket. That's what it is. It's the skin. It's a jacket.
It's like a fried potato. You don't a fried egg. You don't go out and buy a fried egg. You buy an egg, and the way you serve it is what it's called. Yeah. That's what I was trying to explain, but it was just.
But I think they thought that a jacket potato was something different to a baked potato. I was like, no, it's exactly the same.
Yeah.
Jacket, bud, cheese and beans. What's your fillings, lads?
No, but they were saying apparently in the UK, you guys have jacket potatoes or baked potatoes with cheese, with beans and tuna. I'm like, no, you're getting something mixed up there. Tuna and mayo, and sweet corn, or beans and cheese. Nobody has beans. You guys, you have some really crazy stuff out there. Nobody eats that.
I think
you put mayonnaise on potatoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mayonnaise on. Yeah.
Never
No,
had it.
it's got
Sour
to be. It's
cream.
got to be with. It's got to be with tuna though.
Nice.
Tuna and mayo.
Yeah.
Don't just put the actual mayo.
Yeah, tuna sweet
Mix
corn
the tuna and the mayo up to make like a blobby type paste, and then you put that in the potato.
But also, Amy, if you try this, right? Grate some cheese, add a bit of mayonnaise to it, yeah. Then spread it on toast and put it under the grill. Oh, gorgeous!
Oh, that sounds good, but
Yeah.
not on a
With a bit
potato.
of Worcester sauce as well. Oh no, you can't. You don't.
Yeah, I
get that
guess
over there,
it
do you?
just tastes more like butter when it melts and everything.
But that's nice. But right. Nimble. I'm just going to answer your question, and you're going to cringe now. My one of my favorite toppings on a jacket potato is prawns in a Mary Rose sauce.
See, I'm not gonna slate you for that, Mark. I think you've got a lot of a lot of culture there. Respect that. It's not as it's not a staple, is it? It's not a British staple like cheese and beans or tuna mayo sweet corn.
Thing is, I'm not a big lover of beans, so cheese and ham, lovely, but I'm not a big
You're
lover
English,
of
mate. We all love bloody beans.
No. I love the sauce.
We're brought up on Heinz beans.
No.
Has beans.
Yeah.
No. Funny enough, you give me some beans, right? And I'll probably have the sauce or whatever, and I'll probably leave the rest. But you give me a tin of beans and sausages, it must be the flavours. But that's fine. I'll eat that on toast. But you just give me beans on toast, I'm like, nah.
Oh,
I'd rather have spaghetti hoops on toast with grated cheese on it.
My ratings for you have dropped a little bit.
Well, my ratings have dropped with you as well. So because beans,
yeah, but mine were already low anyway.
No, yours was up here. Now they're just there.
What's it?
You can't rate me on whether I like beans or not.
Come on, mate. We're English.
I don't like peas either. You're going to tell me off for that as well.
You don't know what?
Peas either. Well, apart from petit pois, they're all right.
Peas are all right. I mean, but it's not as classic as jacket, cheese, and beans.
Oh, Liam, we really appreciate that, mate. Just jumping in the car for an early Monday start, listening to you guys takes the edge off my Monday morning.
Have a good day at work,
I really appreciate that. Thanks for coming to check us out.
Yeah,
room temp potatoes.
Speaking of work, I'm gonna have to love and leave everybody. I've got to still get.
Thanks, Liam. Looking forward to BrickWorld 2026.
Mm-hmm.
So
the Australians are going to be doing the invasion this time.
Yeah.
Or next year. Nimble, you're off me, are you?
It was an absolute pleasure to get to speak to you properly, and thank you for all your support on my channels and stuff.
Oh, you're welcome.
Noticed. Martin, pleasure as always. Yeah.
Yeah. And you, mate.
Night.
Yeah, I will love and leave yous and catch up very soon. And guys in the chat, ta-ra.
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 Chuck.
Siri, bye. Papa Trip. Papa Trip is currently swapping laptops. Give me 5 to 10 minutes.
It's like looking at twins at the moment.
Nice try.
He's even got like the pointy bit on the top of the head, like what I got. With this angle, anyway.
You know what? I'm going to change my hat back. There you go.
I feel awful. I feel awful saying this, but I've been playing with him probably a little bit too hard still in my life. But I've somehow broken the glasses and one of the legs.
Oh.
I mean, I wasn't rough with it. I wasn't rough with it or anything. I mean, it's easy. It'd be easy to fix, just a bit of super glue. But yeah, I need. It's because I've been moving it around the house, like because I had it on the table with all the other stuff, and I was taking some photos. Then I was trying to take a video of it, and I moved it up here, put some stuff on the desk around him. So really, I should have just left him on the shelf as a display item. But I keep moving him, and I was bringing him in front of the screen, and I accidentally squeezed the legs together at the bottom instead of the top, and the thing popped off.
Oh no!
But it's not like snapped or anything. It's not snapped. It's just like a little piece that goes in there, which is here, and
Oh,
you
I
kind
see.
of just pop that back in. It just doesn't stay there. So a little bit of super glue there, and it'll be fine. And it'll still be able to move the leg then as well. But yeah, I was a little bit too. It's because I basically grabbed it like that.
I like to play with.
Oh, hi, kitty.
Instead of grabbing it there, I grabbed it at the bottom and squeezed next to the. Come on. Still legend. Which cat? How many cats have you got, man?
2.
What are their names?
This one's Rufus.
Mm-hmm.
This is the one who's he's going to be 16 this year.
Whoa.
Jesus.
And I'm a bit, I keep getting upset thinking about things because, but he's
Which
doing
is
all
the
right.
one that destroyed the X-Men.
He did
Which is the
no,
one that
no,
destroyed
no.
the
That,
X-Men?
no, that's Boris.
Boris.
Yeah, go see where's Boris. Boris is well, I was a bit worried last night because he came in and he jumped on my bed and I went to smooth him. I thought, what's that on his head? And I had to turn the light on and he looks like he's got quite a nasty gash on his head, whether it's another animal or something. So I sort of cleaned it up, and he just basically stayed with me then all night. But he seems fine this morning and has eaten and stuff. But yeah, this one is not a fighter where Boris is. This is the one he hasn't done it for ages now because he's getting old. But he used to bring in bats, right? Which I used to try and save, which I saved quite a lot of them. Where Boris, who's a bit smaller than this one, Boris would bring in rats about that big, huge, big rats, and that's probably what it is. I bet it's but he is a bit of a fighter, and that's the thing. He's always jumping on Rufus and stuff. But if anyone knocks on the door, he's behind the couch. He's gone. He's like a little coward. Where Rufus don't care. My daughter came around last night, yesterday with a dog, and no sign of Boris, but Rufus just sort of went and sat by him. I think the dog looked more scared than anything. Anyway, just sort of something else.
So a couple of things I want to promote whilst here and whilst we're waiting for Papa to come back. Oh, he's back. Oh, no, that's Martin. I just saw a hat and realized it's Martin's hat. So a couple of things I want to promote. Ken, aka Brick Dynasty. This is his upcoming. Now, this is something I've been saying we should do for a while, but I'm just terrible at being organized. So Brick Dynasty, you can catch them at usually 9 p.m. It's obviously one there's 8 p.m. for whatever reason, but usually 9 p.m. on a Wednesday, and that's Boston time. So that's that would be 2 a.m. on a Thursday morning, essentially, for the UK. But 9 p.m. Eastern in the US, and they've got coming up on that's this week. Sorry, because they do the dates backwards. I'm getting confused. So 2nd to the 7th. So that's this Wednesday. We've got tacos, and I think the full name of this person on Instagram is Tacos and Burritos. I believe. Ken, tell me if I'm wrong. And then the legendary Brick Hive, and that's a meeting of minds there because Ive and Ken are kind of similar generation to me, but these two guys are, I don't know. This is a get together I've wanted to see for a while.
I mean, they were the two I got on with most of all. I think because basically it was the same. I mean, I'm a little bit older than both of them, but not much. Yeah,
they're the same kind of age group as me more than anything else, I suppose, because they're kind of late 40s. But so, and then obviously this guy needs no interruptions. This guy needs no introductions. Side time is my time. So he's on break, and I'm kind of jealous that he got shy before I did, as if it's we're fishing, which we're not. But
can I cheer you up again and say that when you just said you're in your late 40s, I thought he was in his late 30s personally. But
thank you.
You did like that, didn't you? When I said.
But I mentioned, I think to Slurpy that I was old enough to be his dad, and I think he was like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, no, that wasn't a joke. Like I am literally.
I'm on.
So, but yeah, Jeff, and then I've never heard of this guy. But go and check him out.
Sends it.
Check all of these guys out, but particularly Brick Dynasty. Jeff sends it. Ken's
Sorry.
got a very good habit.
Check what out did you say? Check all these guys out.
Check all these guys out, yeah.
Gender neutral.
I know, I'm just taking the mick out of him.
Why?
Girls and guys.
What did I say? No, I call everybody guys, mate.
I know. That's why I was being, because of what people were saying earlier. You know my sense of humor.
No. Oh, in fairness, though, nobody ever.
Sorry, you say that we should be doing what? You want us to plan 4 weeks ahead? Bloody hell, mate! We plan 10 minutes before the show.
That's why I said it never happens. That's why I said it never happens.
No.
I'm just saying that it would be better to do this because it does a good job. I mean, look, I look at Ken. I look at Ken's numbers because he's similar sort of background and channel to us, and his numbers have jumped quite nicely over the last couple of months. And I think all of this helps. Again, it's not about numbers. But what I'm trying to say is if you want people to come back regularly, tune into your show and activity, as much as I love everything we're doing, this is how you do it. You've got to plan. You've got to show commitment. You've got to show consistency.
It's not always that
Ken's
easy.
got his finger on the pulse.
Yeah. But
it's all well and good being fly off the seat of your pants like we are and just kind of make things up as you go along. But it'll only take you so far. You have.
But
got to
then
show
that's
a
how
little
we
bit
were,
of-
wasn't it? I mean, that's our sort of thing anyway, being raw, But just think, if we'd advertised over a week ago that Amy was going to be the guest, we would have probably had hundreds watching.
No, you're right. And there's jokes aside, when I used to do the thumbnails in the middle of the week and promote it like sporadically throughout the week, it did help grow the channel. But what I'm saying is that I think there is growth in that. And I used to do a post on YouTube about it, like not a live, an actual just a post. There used to be a lot I used to do, but it just never got. I haven't got the time anymore, unfortunately.
Well,
and this is why I keep adding more and more posts. So I'm hoping one day one of them will say, "Hey, do you want me to do the thumbnail? Do you want me to do some of the planning to take the pressure off?" And then
I would love to do the thumbnail if I knew how to. I mean, I can do banners. I do a lot of things, but if I knew how to do a bleeding thumbnail, I'd be doing a lot more videos on my channel. I'll tell you that, because I'm planning. I need to do now a little room tour because now I've got these shelves up. It's looking nice. My room's looking. It's only small, but it's looking nice. And I want to do I don't want to do a short. I want to do a proper. So I want to do a thumbnail of it.
Well, I remember being in. We were watching the ACOB on the live stage when they were doing one of their shows or whatever, and I was like, "Oh yeah," and you were like, "How would you do that then?" And I just quickly, within about 4 seconds, showed you how to like pop something onto your stories, and you were just like, I turned around to look at you. Is that easy? And you were like, "I didn't take in a single thing you just did." But obviously, when you do it all the time, it is easy. And one thing I will say is, I love the fact that people share the hell out of. And I was telling Kirsty about this
when you
earlier.
came up to me, and so I took pictures, and I thought, what the hell did he tell me that I haven't got a
Yeah, and I've learned all that myself. Nobody ever showed me, so it is kind of trial and error over a long period of time.
No, and I have been learning. I know I've learned now to how to I've had a background sometimes behind me and stuff, and I've learned different things like that. But it's still there's still other things that I'd like to know how to do a thumbnail and stuff like that. But
there's beauty in organic growth, and I've always liked that beauty over polished material anyway, to see someone growing, which brings us back to Ken, because I like to sort of pair our channels up. Definitely different in a lot of ways, similar and also in a lot of ways, and nice to see those guys, or Ken and Tanya, I guess, as the current hosts of the show are. Shout out to Saunders, but the direction they're going in might be a different direction to us, but it's still nice to be climbing a tree, if you want to call it that, together. But
I will be honest though, there's a lot of people that are like extra hosts and that. I don't think they realize. I think they just, I'm a host, I'm just going to come in and chat. I don't think they realize that you want them to actually do everything.
No, and look, I meant that tongue in cheek, because I don't expect that. I know other guys have had a chance of doing it, and I know that if I asked, they would bang it out. I asked Padawan twice, he did it twice. I asked Slurpy twice, he did it twice. It's not about that. It's just more about the fact that sometimes
I try to do what I can, like you said. I mean, I'm quite happy to do like the banners and stuff like that, and obviously Slurpy does a bit and stuff. But obviously, just as long as I get shown, then Yeah.
It's certainly not supposed to be a knock, but like I said,
no.
I can't expect that if we're planning like this and we've got 4 weeks coming up, and I turned around and said, "Hey, look, can you take care of this week? Can you take care of this week? Can you take care of this week?"
Yeah.
And they turned around and said, "Well, actually, I'm going to be a bit pushed for time. Can I swap with someone to do it?" That would help. But I'm not that organized anyway, so I can't expect other people to be.
I mean,
but
there was like one week where you didn't make it. I mean, we managed to hold it down, I think, and stuff. So, I mean,
I do think,
but
I do think there is opportunity for us if we can be a bit more. There's a couple of things I want to do. First of all, I want to be a bit more organized in terms of future planning and promotion. Second of all, I want to segment out the show a little bit. I do like the fact that it kind of runs and kind of goes quite well, but I would like to at least have some sort of regular segments. We've kind of played with the idea of that in the past, and then it's kind of.
I mean, I have tried, but every time, like, you know, and we end up talking about something completely different. I mean, what's the time now? It's 20 to 10, and I still haven't done my my box of boys. It's just
absolutely because we don't have a schedule, and you know, I think everybody's kind of waiting on me to have a schedule. But if I don't have a schedule, then nobody has a schedule, kind of thing. But no, the point I was originally trying to make, is that because I don't want to scupper us either. But I was talking to Kirsty about this earlier on. So it was fantastic because I said to her that I don't. There's other people out there who do posts and they share it to multiple people in the hope that those people will share it to their stories, whatever. I don't tend to do that. Or if I do, they generally do it anyway. There's certain people, without naming certain people, but I only got to post something within 2 minutes. I get a notification to say they've shared it on the story. Great. Fantastic.
Yeah.
All I'll say is, in terms of like helping the channel out a little bit, if anybody wants to share the link from Instagram that I do once a week, usually around about sort of Saturday afternoon, Sunday morning, for the show, i.e. the thumbnail with all the information. If they want to share it to their story, if you take the link from my Instagram page directly and share it, and if you click it again, it'll show the time. Don't share the story, if that makes sense. No. And the reason I say that is because when you share the story, you'll share the time from when the story was shared, if that makes sense. So what that means is that if I look at that story in 4 hours time, it'll still say that it's 16 hours until the show goes live. Whereas at this point, it's probably 10 hours. So the time will always be wrong. So it kind of defeats the object of having a countdown. So someone could see that, effectively could see that tonight at 11 o'clock and think, "Ooh, Cool Han are going live in 11 hours. I'm going to tune in." In 11 hours time, which is Monday afternoon, they'll tune in. Like, where the hell is he? Oh, he went live. Yeah. You know what I mean?
I must admit, I do post it on my Facebook sort of quite quickly, and I normally do put on there 7 o'clock tonight. Please come and say hello, but nobody ever does. But I still do. I still do it every week.
But if you take it from the Instagram, it won't give you the timer. But if you
I add it on the comments on Facebook. I just add it anyway.
On Facebook, yeah. No, I'm talking about on Instagram now. So yeah. So if you share it, I'll give you an example now. Because obviously I remember speaking to Muttley about this, and I kind of showed him briefly how to do it. I'm not sure whether he took it in exactly, but since then I've noticed he's changed it, which worked for him as well, the things he's done. So obviously you go to Instagram, like the page.
So on the thumbnail, you don't actually put 7 p.m. then or anything like that?
No, wait a sec. Let me show you this first. Let me full screen it.
Yeah, I was going to just do that for you, mate. Hold on. Now you've done it, right.
So if you go on this, if you click on that instead of clicking on the story, and then, so it looks like that, and then you click on the little paper airplane, and add to store, and then add to story, which is down here.
Yeah.
So there. And then click it again. Click it again, and that happens.
Right.
And then it gives you the time.
Yeah,
because I've set a reminder, so then you don't need to put the doobry in. So it'll give you what time it is. Whereas if you were to click on my actual story, which I may have shared with you, let's say Let's go here. Let's go.
Yeah, because I do normally just, it says share this to your story, and I just click it. But
yeah, I can't really show an example of that because obviously it's my own story. But if you click on the link that I've shared with you, it'll say add to your story, but it'll just be a carbon copy of what I've done. Only the time will be frozen, so it won't actually be counting down.
That's cool.
So just for you guys to know, look, obviously I appreciate anybody sharing it, full stop. So that, hopefully nobody tuned into that 30 seconds and was like, oh my God, now he's complaining.
No,
and tells the world.
I didn't even know how to share, so I liked the tutorial.
Right.
So
let's
is it
see.
right to just chuck this bit in now then, or have you got something else there?
I don't know. Try
He's back.
Oh no, let's get rid of that then, because this is more important.
Oh, they were fine.
Hello.
Papa, can you hear me?
Hey, how you doing?
Hello, Papa.
We got you.
I am very apologetic to everyone for the lack of I don't know, what do you say? Clarity, fidelity, simple technology.
Tech diffs, we call them.
No need to apologize. Great things come for those who wait. There you go.
Yeah, just anybody who writes a song about me with this today, I'm gonna bust them in the nose though. So don't do that.
It's funny actually you say that, because I've got a great idea for your super chat. I'm not going to spoil it.
Okay,
but it's coming.
Yeah,
it's
don't
coming.
tell me then.
No, don't tell Max.
As long as it shows a monkey stick his finger in his butt, it's fitting.
What?
Okay.
Hey, Miss Amy, it's wonderful to see you, sweetheart.
Hi, how are you? Hope you're feeling well.
I am feeling just fine. Thank you very much. I hope you and everyone is feeling well, having a good weekend.
Is Wendy there with you?
She is hovering all around. She's doing something. She was in here a moment ago. But she had her grooming apron on top of being everything in this household. She's also actually a certified dog groomer, not a profession, but she I think she's got my son's Brussels Griffon, little monkey faced dog, and she's cleaning him up because she said he goes. She said he goes home tomorrow. If he goes home tomorrow is going to be a good day.
So I caught you. I wouldn't say I caught you. I tuned in to you on the bearded brick.
Oh, bearded bricks, Richard. Bearded bricks.
Bearded bricks. What's the name of the show?
I think it's Bricking with the Beard.
Bricking with the Beard. Of course it is. I didn't want to spoil it. So I've got the honor of appearing on that show in August, and again takes me back to what I was saying, is that he was like, would you like to be on the show sometime? I'm like, yeah, fine, that sounds good, that sounds swell. I'm free. And he was like, so bear in mind this was like early, a week or so ago in June. So he was like, yeah, we can fit you in August. And I was like, oh well, I wish I was that organized with my streams. It's like, yeah, do you want to be on the show? Yeah, when? Tomorrow. So I'll get to sort of see that firsthand at that point. But yeah, so I do tune into them from time to time. Obviously, the timing for us is not great, same as most of the American ones. But I saw you on there, and I was like, I gotta call him out. What on the bearded brick, when on the Bricking with the Beard before the Cool Han Luke show, and I can't remember exactly what you said back, but it was like, damn, you got me. Okay, then I'll come on the show. But it wasn't meant to be a kind of, a cattle prod to your side at all. But I do appreciate you coming.
I did not take it anyway, except for a friendly jab. No animosity at all. Richard Harding, Bearded Brick, is actually local from me here, and we've become friends through Lego and that sort of thing, and as well as Gene, another one of the co-hosts, is also pretty local, and I think Richard honestly played a Jedi mind trick on Papa Trip. He hit me. We were on the way home from BrickWorld or something, I don't know, and he said, "Are you still good to come on the stream, whatever?" And not assuming, he knew that I had done the real quick thing with you. And my response is, "Sure, whatever you need." And then at some point realized maybe I said that because you guys spent a little bit of time with me, so you know this brain is broken. I just assume I forgot something. I think what I forgot is that he never asked me or said, "Will you come on the stream?" Maybe he didn't. He didn't. But
probably did something similar to what I did in there, I guess, because was that the first time you've been seen, as in like your face has been shown on any kind of live media?
You've got the it's you,
the rights.
It's the
exclusive,
infamous of exposing Papa the internet, but you balanced it out with all kinds of positives by throwing Wendy in there too.
Yeah, I don't like using the word exposed, but yeah, I definitely think it was nice to kind of unveil the legend. But yeah, no, and it was a privilege to have that. And maybe he probably thought, well, hang about, why are they closer up the pecking list than us? And then probably did the same as what I did. And your answer was, guess you got me. ...
Yeah.
So, but no, look, I appreciate it. And obviously everything you did for us, everything you've done for the channel leading up to that day, being very, very patient. And for anybody who doesn't know, give a bit of backstory. I discussed with Papa Trip about showing appearing on the show, which he, up until we got to BrickWorld, I don't think you were 100% comfortable you were going to be able to, but we had discussed it. I hadn't discussed it with the co-hosts, but I do know that we kind of had a conversation where I said, look, I'll come, if we communicate once we're there, and I'll come down once you've arrived, I'll come down to your room or whatever you want to meet, and we'll just have a little chat and just give you an idea of what to expect. Just not to kind of coerce you into anything, but just kind of see what your level of comfortability is. And of course, before we had a chance to do that, you sprung on us, and that was probably one of the, again, I was mentioning some highlights from BrickWorld, and that for us, when I saw you kind of rocking over with the Boxer Boys t-shirt on, I did see a couple of people who I don't recognize from the community, who obviously represent in the community like that. You obviously being one of them, and I thought, oh, look at this chap here, and I was like, hey, nice t-shirt there, mate. And I didn't think for 1 second, not because I had any impressions of what you may or may not look like, I didn't think for 1 second that it was you, but the way you introduce yourself, I forget the words exactly, but it was like, nice to meet you guys, whatever.
Mate, I remember because I was going to tell this story, but you're telling it now. But yeah, exactly the same. Could see this man coming towards with the Boxer Boys, and I thought, oh, he's obviously ACOB and that. And he literally came up to all three of us, so he must have recognised, and just put his arm around. And I know he gripped and you've got a grip on you, I'll tell you that. He gripped my arm, and he went, "You can call me Papa." And we were just like,
yeah.
It was amazing because I mean, obviously, like I said, you had Boxer Boys on, and I thought, but was not expecting that. Was not expecting just "you can call me Papa," and I was just like, wow. And then I was like, ow, he's got a grip on me.
It was fantastic.
It was lovely, mate. It was such a lovely surprise, and
core memory from BrickWorld.
Lovely person, lovely family. I mean, obviously, so Wendy and that was worried about me as well, and that was lovely. So, yeah, it was just great to meet, and Dax. And unfortunately, I can't remember his girlfriend's name or his wife.
Kayla, sweet,
Kayla,
sweet,
that's it.
sweet Kayla,
Yeah.
And Kayla and Dax. I'm so pleased they're caring for one another, and she's, I think, just a wonderful addition for us in the family. We are lucky that we have her in and around Dax's life, and they share time with us.
But it was definitely like I said, that's one of my highlights. It weren't expecting it. It was near the beginning as well. So yeah, it was lovely. I need to ask you one question though, Papa. Have you built it yet?
Have I built? No.
No.
You're talking about this thing right here.
I think
the Christmas action.
Yeah, I can see it now. Yeah. I want it. Give it to me.
Yeah.
I saw what you writ. I saw what you writ on Shy's thing as well, Martin.
Let me.
Shy got it as well, hasn't he now? Yeah.
I build everything, and eventually that one too. Maybe closer to the holidays on that. Yeah, I've got the Rogue Shadow, the Star Killer set as well. We got that one at the yard sale. My good sweet buddy Smokey found that, knew that I was looking for it, and I think anybody that was going to be in that crowd, the Smokey couldn't have got to tell me, "Hey, come here and look at that." They were going to get mowed over because that was.
I'm so glad that you got it. I mean, to be honest with you, I could have bought. I mean, I had enough money at the end, but it would have been all of it, and the bloke wouldn't budge either. But also, I was like, yeah. So in the end, I could have if I wanted to spend all my money. But at the end of the day, I bought some back, and I've now, like I said, bought 2 new shelves. I bought the Dungeons and Dragons set, and I bought the Razor Crest. So I'm quite happy.
You should be. That Razor Crest.
I've let it go now.
The UCS Razor Crest.
Yeah,
is in my top 10. I've been next month in July. I will have been Legoing for Legoing. There's a new verb. You guys click that. Been Legoing for 3 years. Next month, that Razor Crest is certainly in my top 10.
I mean, it's one of my favorite ships. I know people say, "Well, it got blown up." I'm like, I don't care because I still like it. And to be honest with you, I never thought I'd be able to afford that, but because I bought the money back, and I thought, well, I would have spent it anyway. And then also, it's over £100 knocked off the retail price. I was like, yeah, get it. It's out of the way.
They're making $1,000 Death Star, mate, and now that got blown up. They ain't stopping people from buying.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm not saying it. It's what people say. They go like, oh. And do you know what makes me laugh is when people say, "Oh, they bought out a set." Say, like for example, is it Cobb Bain they're bringing out, or Cobb? No, what's his name? Cobb Bain. And they're saying, "Oh, it's a bit two years late or whatever." And I'm like, "Hold on, you're still bringing out Star Wars sets from 1977." So what? It just makes me laugh when people say that.
No, I want more Clone Wars and Rebels, so there's never too late.
If you have that attitude, you never get. They won't make anything that was made before this year, will they? So it's
where the Apocalypseburg set there is the Green Statue of Liberty set. That's where all this other stuff's just stuck in there. That's where I intend for the Death Star to go. This is the second Cloud City, the Betrayal Cloud City set on a stand there. I'd love to be able to get those two in there side by side.
I got a funny feeling you might have to heighten it up a bit.
Yeah,
because I think that I think it's going to be massive. But
yeah, I'll do whatever. I've just got storage below that, and we can do. But I've kind of already gotten mine where that next Death Star. I don't have a Death Star, so that's a day one purchase for us.
I mean, I will be honest, it won't be a day one for me, and I think it'll be a bit like the Millennium Falcon. I think it will be, or should be, on shelves for years, so to give people a chance to save up, and obviously it probably will get, because like the Millennium Falcon, that's been $599 for us now for ages. It don't seem, because originally it was 700 and something, and I always see it now. So I'm thinking, yeah, Death Star, yeah, it might take a couple of years, but I'll wait. There's no way I'm going to be getting that on day one, especially if I'm planning to go back to BrickWorld anyway. So
sure, there you go. Falcon, the UCS Falcon, the one that's available now. That was my first Star Wars set.
Your first, wow, start big.
Dax's, that wasn't my first Lego set.
No, but it's your first Star Wars.
Dax's older brother, Bo Man, gave me the UCS Falcon. And the kids, yeah, all of them, Bo, Dax, and my sugar britches. She's going to hear me say that and be angry that she's my best thing. Grace, they have re-immersed themselves in the Lego, and Wendy and the kids. They're always, holiday or birthday, or just because, there's Lego involved, and I love doing it back for them. And now we mentioned Kayla and Meredith, who is Bo's partner. They're enjoying it, so it's a lot of fun.
Is this one of your sort of harem, Jessica Veal?
Jessica Veal, Jessica Veal is an important part of my life, because Jessica Veal is actually Dax. That is Dax's gamer tag. And has been his gamer tag since I believe he was in high school. And so when you see that show up, just know that he's trolling you from the start. And I think what I saw there before it flashed away, there's up there. Kayla says hi. So that's to you guys as much as it is to me. Amy, if you see that, yeah, definitely. Sweet girl. So
yeah, hi Kayla, hi Dax, Dak, and hi to Bo as well, who I've kind of seen in some of the chats. But look, to go back to what I was saying, because I do want to kind of, I don't know whether I want to say bring light to it, but I just want to make it like, so you and I talked privately, and I'll keep it private unless, you want to discuss it about.
You can talk about, if you're talking about the PSP thing, talk about it, ask any there's no reason. I don't have any embarrassment about
well, it's going to go around the houses. It's going to come to a point, but essentially I just wanted to know kind of what your limitations were, so that I didn't feel like I was drawing on you too much. And of course we learned that relatively early on, because not only had you spoken to me privately before the event, but you did make it clear in a conversation with us about, I think the words you used were, this is potentially a kind of a one-shot deal for me. And then obviously went into a bit of detail about that, which we'll get to. But if you want to talk about that, but I really just wanted to round that conversation off by saying thanks for being patient, because we did 2 shows while we were out there, and obviously you were supposed to appear on both, and obviously with things going a little bit haywire, and then of course me forgetting that you guys were leaving early Sunday morning, so the Sunday show was a no-go. I know Amy was in the same boat, because we'd said Amy was going to come on, and although she got to pop on, she didn't. So it was a bit chaotic, and I apologize to the people who weren't on. I think there was a point where we were going to pull Amy on, and the same with yourself, and you had been in the crowd, but you weren't at the point, and it was like, oh, okay, that's kind of fallen flat. Let's kind of make it up as we go along. And then I think we got somebody else on, and then Amy reappeared, and I was like, right. And then, so look, it is chaotic on both sides of that table. And of course, if we were a bit more organized, it might have been better. But I do, we kept putting it off. But in the end, I think it was pretty good because we had that red carpet event, which of course you came out and showed love along with a lot of other of our guys from our kind of subgroup. We went to the event, and then afterwards we did this because, of course, at one point I said we'll do it just before we go in. That kind of fell flat, and then we did it afterwards. And we found those chairs. We sat in that lobby, and it's almost like I'm kind of glad it worked out the way it did because we did that kind of short little video, and then I was there in the Hawaiian shirt, and you made what I think is probably one of the most fantastic quotes ever, where I asked if you're going to come to the strip club with us, which we didn't actually go to, and I never planned to, if I'm honest. But
You didn't
I
ask
think
me.
the quote that you came back with was, "I will absolutely be with you in spirit, and I'll give you a crisp $1 bill to spend, unless you go into a seedy place, in which I'll give you a roll of quarters." But that was fantastic, and it just worked out really well because you were leaving the next day. That would be the last time we would see you. We made the video relatively short so that it was, easy enough for you, or within your kind of limitations. And obviously Wendy was there as well, but it also wasn't very busy in the hallway at that particular time because of all the lights. So you're able to just, we had that kind of intimate moment, and we all got a chance to say goodbye to each other just after that. It's fantastic. And again, one of the core memories that we got that. And obviously now that is legacy now because that's out there. And I am in the process of trying to, apparently, even though I tried to make it small, and I told you the reason I made it small and sweet is because I could put it onto YouTube, it's still slightly too large of a file. So I've got to try and find a way of trimming it down slightly. But yeah, and I just want to appreciate the fact that you're really patient with us, and it was never an issue. It was just like, yeah, whenever. And in the end, we got a perfect, what I think is a perfect shot. But Liam, the reason I said I wanted to come around the corner and come to a halt is because Liam did say this, absolute legend, can't wait to meet the fella next year, hopefully. So, is this a point where you feel like you'd be comfortable talking about it? And if not, that's fine, we'll move on.
Sure. No problem. And I appreciate your sentiment of any apology, but not necessary, because there's no perception of any slight or anything negative that came out of anything BrickWorld or any of our interactions. So just put that out of your mind and understand that as it relates to me, you never been anything but a positive touch in any day that I've been able to have the connection. And truthfully, through it all, as I look at you from a distance, because we're using cameras here, I'm looking at a friend. And so we don't have to apologize for those things, buddy. It's
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Nothing there. In regards to the and it is what it is, the health thing. The condition, I guess, trees up under FTD, frontotemporal disorder. Usually when you hear the term FTD, it's used as frontotemporal dementia. But in my case, it's a rare form of atypical Parkinson's. The acronym, because everything has to have an acronym, right? Is PSP, Parkinsonian supranuclear palsy. It's progressive. There's things that go along with it. My balance, my speech. I have continuing developing a prior progressive aphasia, and if you're familiar with the term aphasia, I don't mean to be redundant, but for anybody who's not, it's strange. It's you lose your ability to process language, and it's not what I hear. We obviously are okay there, but you just realize one day you're not able to read really anymore. And I can read these comments, and it's not that. But if you hand me a novel, and this is I'll say it quickly, and we could talk about the big part of it later. I actually have retired, was finishing a master's degree to be a teacher. I'd retired from 30 odd years of regular work, and I was going to do what I wanted to do, and I was had a classroom for my clinical. I'd already spent half a school year in classroom in a middle school language arts. So suddenly not able to comprehend the written word in any sort of long form. You take a paragraph, and I might have to go through it 4 or 5 times before I'm kind of retaining, and then even if I get it, by the time I get through the next paragraph, it's like throwing everything in a blender. It just doesn't compute anymore. Strange situation, but all that said, those are some of the side effects. Balance of aphasia, which has included some speech issues, obviously, just change of life. But what hasn't changed is love in a wonderful home with the best family that I could ever imagine, because they've all circled around really tightly and supportive, and I realize that's as such a blessing. But you've heard me use the term progressive a couple of these things. The main, I guess, point is there's no cure for PSP, and progressive means that at some point quicker than you would have imagined before that there's an end of life thing, and typical diagnosis, as I understand, the term goes 6 to 8 years, but it could be 15. You don't know. The important thing for me to say to the three of you as friends is that I don't take it as a countdown. It's not. Okay. Maybe Wendy and the kids have to look at it that way, although I don't believe they normally do. It is, but it's just a fact. And I think what you said to start this dark, dreary hole, I pull us down in. Let me get up out of it, because I don't want anybody to feel bad. Is that the truth of the matter is, when I was able to do BrickWorld, walking in, I realized it may be a one-shot deal. I'd never done BrickWorld before, and going on 3 years now, because it was in the fall of 22 when we finally got diagnosis, and this was after about a year and a half of testing. Obviously now I have to see doctors, neurologists primarily, on a very regular schedule, and up until the end of last year, everything was very positive in terms of, well, the progression is slow. This is, everything's, looking really good. I have noted, as has Wendy, and obviously medical professionals will document it accurately, but this year, 2025, excuse me, so far, the progression has picked up a little bit. So, again, no doom and gloom. And let me put the icing back up on the cake. I have a wonderful life. You guys don't know anybody that has a better life than I do. I really do. You see, the 3 years I'm approaching 400 Lego sets. I saw you and I saw that you had a problem with it, so you hit me, and I'm gonna help you with that, or do another one. Your 3D printing thing, that's something that since very late last year we've been able to do. So nonsense to a lot of people, except for those of us who fall into these hobbies and make it part of our lifestyle. But most importantly, Bo altered his career, which is, very big city based. He's in New York right now, but to move back to the Carolinas because he wanted to be close. Dax was in a change company mode not so long ago, and wouldn't talk to anybody. He's in Charleston, South Carolina, 4 or 5 hours away now, but he was not going to go really much farther than that. Definitely wanted to stay on the eastern side of the country, and Grace is 35 minutes away, and I know where they are. Wendy's boss is wonderful. She's a clinical educator in nursing in the birth center, and a lot of her job is her working with expectant families to go through the birth experience in an organization that she works in. Super great boss. Wendy works from home probably 70 to 75% of her time, and so it's I couldn't ask for a more supportive situation, and more importantly, love I feel from those closest to me every day.
Yeah, look, I think, like you said, we want to try and end it on a positive note, and considering what the situation you're in and the situation your family and everything you're in, I think you've got a tremendously positive outlook on things. And obviously, I couldn't even begin to imagine what you're feeling. A comment here from a good friend of the show, Jedi Master Bricks, I think kind of sums things up. Sorry to hear what you've been going through, Private Trip, but proud of the legend that you are, mate. Huge flame in the community. Absolutely. We're going to say goodbye to Amy here just a sec, and then we'll get back to some positive around Papa Trip. But look, I'll just say this, that with everything that you've got going on, I think Lego is one of those communities, or this sub-community, if you want to call it that, because obviously the Lego community is massive, but this community we've got here is a lifesaver. Whether that be, we've talked a lot about in the past on previous shows about mental health, and how it's helped people and supported people over the years. But obviously it goes for physical ailments as well. And obviously, all of us are kind of walking, talking evidence of that. So, but look, Amy, thanks for coming on. Proud to have you as the first sort of female guest, even though we're not really saying that anymore. But one of the widening the band, not just because of gender, but also because of nice to have somebody in the community who's part of the community, a pillar in the community, loved by everybody in the community, but isn't necessarily like a Lego geek like everybody else, but is kind of Lego adjacent, if you like. And that's great. Again, it just goes to show how kind of encompassing this community is. So great to have you. Did you enjoy listening to us talk crap for 3 hours?
Yeah, sorry about the dog. It's thundering. It was fantastic. And I consider myself a Lego geek too, even though I don't build it all, or I don't know. I love it though. And thank you for having me. First only your stream has ever had me in person and on video showing me.
We like doing firsts here.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of
Love
them.
meeting you
Well,
all in
you're
person.
welcome, and hopefully this won't be the last time either.
Yes,
Yeah,
I agree.
Absolutely.
Amy, please give Nick's a hug and a high five from me, and hopefully we all get to see each other next year. If not, at least some of the family will be there.
There you go. I was just going to put that on anyway. Yeah.
Mrs. Papa Trip, don't worry, friends. We will be at BrickWorld 2026 with Papa Trip, even if we have to get him a scooter to make it back and forth from the activities. Absolutely, 100%. I mean,
I noticed the other day
I'm not going to be there. But
he put on chat that he was going, and I was quite excited about that because, like I said, hopefully I'll be there as well next year. But yeah.
And Amy, next year, if I do go, or even if I don't, whoever else goes from our little crew, you are going to be in charge of showing us the finest cuisines that Chicago has to offer. But yeah, thanks for coming, Amy. We appreciate you. See you soon. You're muted.
Sorry. Thank you. Bye.
Take care, Amy.
Bye. Bye. Well, I got to say, though, Amy had more Lego in her backdrop than me and Martin have got put together. So, fair play.
Well, the thing is, I probably ain't got room in my room at the moment with the table and that. But the problem was where I used to sit, I used to have, what do you call it, Rivendell behind me or whatever. I was on a hard chair, and now I just prefer to sit on the couch and feel more relaxed.
We have this is one of the bedrooms on a lower level in the house, but there's a big, very open living area. So we've got some nice recliners and a great big screen for television viewing in one section, but the other whole section, there's a lot of shelving and 7 or 8 tables kind of laid out that we would be able to they're full, everything, because it's disorganized, but only Star Wars in here and everything else out there. And trust me, there's a lot of everything else that we've collected over the last almost 3 years now.
Wow. Considering you've only been in the game for 3 years, I mean, saying that, I haven't been in there much longer than that. I think, when did I start? 2015? So, it's going on 10 years. But since I've been like an active collector, like trying to buy what I can and when I can, and,
I pressed the wrong one.
I would say more like 6, 7 years. And I don't know, actually, I'd probably say I've got over 100 sets. But unfortunately, don't have the space to. Finally, me and Kirsty had the conversation where she was like, yeah, this is getting silly now. I think you need to think about getting. We didn't want to do it for reasons that I won't go into now, but she's like, I think we do need to think about getting you some kind of, because this unit here, it's not particularly deep. It's a paperback bookshelf specifically for paperback. It's only deep enough to hold a book paperback. So it's good for displaying like accessories. So I got like the ACOB set up there, a couple of Lego sets, some bits and pieces, some trinkets, some Lego adjacent or Star Wars adjacent trinkets. So it's not even just all Lego.
A bit like Billy Bick
it's good
cases, aren't they? About 28. They're not that. Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, but I like this one because you can change all the shapes and size. You can have like different size things and adjust the shelves. But of course, it was for books originally, and we've used it to put like bits and pieces. Like I've got the Elite series prototype Boba Fett here, which is one of my. I collected almost all the Elite series, and I was a fan of it. Probably going to get rid of it now, but that I'll be keeping because it's one of my favorites. And it's just stuff like that. So it's like trinkets and stuff. But it's like we now need to have some kind of unit for the Lego one. I don't need to display all my Lego. I've never been that kind of person anyway. Even if the place was wall to ceiling shelves and I could fill it, I would always swap Lego sets out because I like taking them apart, refreshing them. I'd rather do that than dust them, put it that way. So, but we have had that conversation. So hopefully coming soon. And it's nice to know that Kirsty's in a situation where she's having conversations with me along the lines of, right, we need to do this, and then we need to move your desk, and I think you need to have this. and your backdrop needs to be more Lego sets. And I'm like, yeah, you're speaking my language. But
Yeah.
but
Well, that's why
so
I
it's all
recently
going
bought
on the
some
wedding
new-
registry.
Yeah,
That's why,
there you go.
that's why recently I bought some new shelves, because the 28 deep centimeters weren't enough. Now these are like 50, and I've been able to put much more on. And obviously, I did have a couple of sets in my lounge, which were fine to be in here because they were Rivendell and Barad-dûr, which looked nice. But yeah, everything now is in that room. So, but there will come a time again soon where it'll be like, once I get the Razor Crest up and other things, it'll start filling up again. But I've got a couple of shelves now free. But yeah, because I'm the opposite. I like to display, all mine basically. So,
But I can see by looking at Papa Rex, you've got that. Is that the original Hive print?
Oh yeah.
Cody.
Hive. People don't understand how big and good Hive's heart is, and I told him to bring a print to BrickWorld and just tell me how much I owed him for it, because I knew that he had done it, and he shows up with his original and gives it to me, and that's just the kind of guy he is. He's just
Hive is a lovely person. I mean, because he realised that I was feeling cold, and he let me borrow one of his hoodies for a whole week. Bless him, really.
Yeah.
No.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But yes, that's it's just like the sig figs and the stickers and the bricks and the the Christmas X-wing and the other stuff. Very cool as a Lego aficionado or Lego Star Wars geek. I'll fall in those categories, but those are side items compared to the core of the memories and the personal things we exchanged, and I gave you guys, I think, a sig fig, my one with the angry head.
Dooku, yeah.
And I've got parts coming. A few people I owe those to. I need to get them out. That's a great pleasure to be able to share those, giving back and forth. I don't care if it's a sticker or a brick or a figure, or and some of those are amazing. What CJ Padawan, his piece, and Shy, those guys blessing us with sharing those, wonderful. And yours is distinctively you, Cool Han, certainly 100%. And so you see those things, and it brings you back to the memories, the time of us being together, and how wonderful that time is. And certainly hope to be able to. Hope mine wasn't one shot, but if it was, what a great one shot it was. But we certainly intend to beat that challenge and be back and do more next year. And I'll participate with Amy on the Cool Han food challenge, and don't let the saying that bring up any negative thoughts of anything anybody's had to say. It just is what it is. We lived. I think we told you that we lived. My memory's not great. We lived about 45 minutes west of Schaumburg for a few years. So Wendy certainly can help us get around to some of the places that we enjoyed, and I'll take Amy's suggestion on anything. We'll have fun when you can make it back. That you'll have to work on Kirsty and get her to do that. And if it's not BrickWorld, maybe you find another reason to be in the States, and we do it a different way.
No, I think it's because I wouldn't say Kirsty's got the flack for it, because she hasn't, but I do need to make it clear that Kirsty is 100% not the reason I'm not coming back. It's because I feel it to be irresponsible when we've got a wedding to save for, and it's a big cost. We haven't got unfortunately the family and a sort of a large family, and certainly not well-off families who are in a position to sort of pay for anything really. And of course we're not in that position either. We don't want something flamboyant. I'm in my mid-40s. Kirsty's in her mid-30s. We're at the point where it's like we almost kind of just want to get it done and move on to the next stage of our lives. But but at the same time, we don't want to just kind of run to a registry office, tick a box and come out either. So we're looking for something quite low key, but of course it's still very expensive.
I will say, Martin, when I got married, and that was like back in '95, we obviously paid for it most ourselves, and we tried to do it as cheap as possible. But no, it's still it's still quite a bit of it. But I will say, obviously, that should be because no matter. Obviously everyone knows I'm divorced and that, but no matter what, that day was still one of my best days of my life, to be honest with you. So, really enjoy it, mate, because, it is a great day.
We've just been looking at venues, and I say we, and I use that term quite loosely because Kirsty's done, 90% of the legwork, if not more, when it comes to any kind of research. And we've just had to throw out so many ideas because you either get a really good price on a venue, but then by the time you add everything else, you're talking, colossal amounts of money, or you have a venue that includes everything you want, but you're talking colossal amounts of money. Either way, it's an expensive thing. So it would be irresponsible of me, and I don't need anybody to tell me that, to encourage me to be like, right. And of course, originally we were getting married this August, so we're already putting it off a year. So I wouldn't want anything else to come in between that. But no, look, the sentiment's still the same. I'd want you guys all to go out there. I have said, and I did say this, although hopefully this wasn't taken the wrong way, but I have said that I will probably switch off from all social media for that couple of days, that week, just out of pure FOMO, because I know that it'll be upsetting to sort of see it and not be part of it. But at the same time, I'll be like rooting for you guys to have a fantastic time, and hopefully go out there and find some spots. And if I am able to return at some point in the future, you can be like, we can show you a good time. But no, look, I think there's a couple of comments in the chat there. Mayo, if you go onto Instagram, I started typing out, but I couldn't be bothered. If you go onto Instagram and you look back, there's a still or a video of me wearing a Hawaiian shirt. That was the actual official first face reveal of Have a Trip. But this is definitely the first time he's been on our stream. And Mrs. Have a Trip, idea, we can throw your wedding at BrickWorld. We can meet Kirsty. Then all you have to do is get back to the UK to celebrate a celebration reception. To be honest with you, the majority, we haven't got, like I said, we're not part of like a massive sort of friend. I mean, I've got a huge family, but most of them I don't think I'd be inviting anyway. I think the majority of my guests, if we were to split it down the middle, would be friends anyway. But I think I'd probably have a better chance of more friends coming if we got married out there than over here anyway. But jokes aside, we'd love to be able to go to the States. My brother got married over in Florida 2012, and they had a fantastic time. Not the kind of thing we'd want to do, but the idea of going across to another country sometimes is kind of might be like, but it's actually in a lot of cases does work out a lot cheaper. Especially because we haven't got to pay for a ton of guests. But no, we'll see what happens. 18th of August, 2026 is the current set date. Whittakee and Slurpy, hopefully going to be able to come along.
Oh yes,
and show their face there. But it is going to be quite we're going to keep it to sort of 50 guests or less. So But no, yeah,
You have
we'll
to
see.
tell me
We'll sort something out.
more details near the time, so I can because obviously I'll get a hotel or something or B&B.
But yeah, taking it back to a positive subject, this guy here was probably one of the best gifts I've ever received, period. But also how quick it was done. And that's obviously how come we got chatting in the DMs, Papa Trip, and it didn't take long for us to, be in a position where you were sharing some quite intimate conversations with me and whatever, which I do appreciate that kind of level of trust. But yeah, it was nice to sort of and see it in the flesh as well. It still blows me away every time I see it. I kind of I can't help but play with it and move it around and stuff like that, which just shows the love I have kind of for Lego. But I'm looking at the ones.
I would like to add that obviously because I saw it when he was opening it up and stuff, he was very. And then when he saw the helmet and that, he just couldn't believe. He was like, "Oh, it's come to the helmet!" Honestly, it was like a little kid opening like Christmas present.
Christmas morning. But I'm really interested in the ones you've got there. Now I know you did do it on Bricking with a Beard, but for the people at home, are you able to just kind of show us some of the guys you got there?
A few things over here. Wendy likes the Astromechs, and we enjoyed the Andor show. So a little B2 EMO piece here that it's kind of neat the way it does the little thing. And K2SO is a favorite character of mine, as is I'm a Plo Koon guy, so Wolfpack troopers are
another Yoda.
Yeah, attached to him. Yeah, our little buddy Yoda. And I've got an Obi-Wan over there across the room with a young Count Dooku from the Tales of the Jedi shorts show that they did. And Savage and Mech Legs Maul are the ones over here, and there's a few others. I had a George Lucas over here. I've got a Kanan Jarrus on the other side of my desk, and Lando Calrissian, a prototype white Boba. I got a C-3PO.
Wow.
Up there,
wow.
and then a few others. So, unfortunately, though, I guess there's been some copyright struggles going on. A lot of the servers, as makers, we've lost a lot of files and ability to share so much. And for me, I have no interest in selling anything. If somebody asks and I have time and materials on hand, I've got no problem trying to make something. It gives me purpose and the focus to do something. And I've got a short queue of things I'm working on, a couple things ready to send, but I guess people do step on the properties owned by others and try to profit, which that's not my thing. I don't want to get into that sort of transaction, but slowly trying to rebuild back some of the files and access to it. I don't have the talent to just start from scratch and design Ezra Bridger and do it that way. We just go in there. We got a little KTQT that we had done, and got a little chopper. And there's a it should probably be a similar scale. Somewhere around here there's an R2D2, but it's a similar scale, but that means he's significantly bigger. And this is one I did have to kind of go.
Ah, wow.
Yeah, but that looks spot on. That's cool.
Young Dooku.
To get to I'm a Dooku lover, so we've
There's a joke there, but I'm not.
yeah, there's something there to it, and I don't know, I'm getting and C-3PO.
Wow.
Pretty
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Pretty cool, and I would say almost neater. I don't neater than that I've enjoyed, although probably without the wow factor.
Wow.
Are doing some of the
the lightsabers are cool.
The lightsabers. So I've quite a few of those, and I've got a wall working on panels to go on to, put about 10 or 12 of the lightsabers on. This is again, I'm a Plo Koon guy, so
yeah.
The
detail on those is incredible.
Yeah. Again, I take zero credit. I have not altered or done anything to those are just files that I've just printed off. So George, it's my fault, has, from what I gathered, a similar issue that Cool Han Jr. there had. I'm going to have to do a little work on George's leg joint, but Mr. Lucas, we owe a lot of our we owe all of our Star Wars fandom to.
Wendy, you're that close. You're that close to popping your head on and saying hello. You're right there.
No, I'm covered in dog hair, but thank you.
No, come on. How about amazing. Hands? Just a wave. How about a wave? Yay!
that Darth Maul is amazing.
Thank you, honey. That mall reminds me, if you guys remember, we were at BrickWorld. We all had it'd be nice to find or have one of these. Justin Mall's Vengeance had that super deep want for the UCS mall head, which we know is impossible to find and crazy expensive, and wasn't able to secure that. He was able to do that this weekend. He got a deal. Go ahead.
I was going to say, this is something we're going to share. And I mean, I lined this up because he was going to pop on, but I don't know what happened to him. But shout out to Maul. But just going to show this quite briefly. He did actually send me 2 shots. So this is something he sent me quite late last night. I don't know if you guys can really see the detail on that, but I think this was the listing. And then he also wanted to share this, if I can find it. I sent the right image. Is it this one?
Does that mean you don't have to part it out now?
I given up on that anyway, mate. To be honest with you, that's not it. There's no image gone. Anyway, there's an image. It's probably just easy to show on my phone at this point, but full screen myself instead. Get rid of that. So like I said, I lined them up because I thought he was going to be coming on.
I just realised what's underneath your name.
Oh, what?
I've just spotted what's underneath your name.
That you're able to do.
Yeah, I had to make it clear.
So you can get some others.
Oh dear.
So, guys, can you guys see that?
About that. Yeah. Yeah.
He was talking about on Padawan, so yeah, he was really happy.
$1,200. I mean, that's what, I don't know, what's that? 800 quid. That's really good. I mean, that's how much it was to part out secondhand in the US. I mean, I could have got it cheaper in the UK, but it still would have been, talking 400, 500 quid. So,
he was that's a one of the, you know, very occasionally we stumble into a lucky find, and for him, that being his number one, makes your heart full that day for him, because he's a good sweet guy. I'm glad to see get it.
Yeah. But look, we're going to draw this to a close shortly. Faberex, I know you're sort of, you wanted to keep your time quite limited anyway, but I just want to share a couple of things before we do sort of go into close down. And guys, if anybody in the chat got questions for Papa Trip, sorry, this is the time, because I got a couple of images that I want to share which are kind of unrelated, and then we'll. The problem is they show up so small on my screen, I can't really see which one's which. Okay, so there is a collaboration on the agenda, but this guy here, if you guys don't know, Brick Together, Click Together, aka Keith, can be found on Instagram, quite prevalent on Instagram, big community guy. He is doing a 48-hour stream very soon, and I've got some more information on that, which I'll show you now if I can find the image. So basically, I'm supporting him with this. Is this the right picture? Nope, something completely different. Why can't I find this picture? Give me a sec, guys. So yes, he's doing a 48-hour stream. The dates and everything are on this picture, so I'll make sure I find it first, and then we can be a lot easier to explain. Why have I not got the? Is that it? I think that's it. Yes, there you go. Oh, it's not particularly big though. Okay, I'll read it off the screen. You guys might be able to see that, but I'm going to be sharing it on Instagram shortly anyway. But just to kind of make it a bit clearer. So the 48-hour stream is going to be taking place. When are the dates? Wow. Show charity stream, right? Okay, so it's supporting children impacted by the disease of addiction. It's a community challenge. Now, NACOA is the name of the charity. So the National Association of Children of Addiction. And it's a 48-hour streamathon going from 7 p.m. Eastern on July 25th through to July 27th, so Sunday, 7 p.m. So that would be midnight on Friday to midnight Sunday for us. Of course, we've got our stream at some point in there, so I'd obviously still commit to that. But so there's live Lego built in, and he's doing a few other bits. He's got some films to play on behalf of the charity, and of course, so yeah. So there's me and another young lady called Christ, I don't want to get her name wrong. Is it Missy B from the UK, who I did meet and interview on our show, our Friday show when we were out there, as well as Mav and Keith, Brick by Brick Together. Brick Together, Click Together. So those guys have got their own kind of sort of sub-community, which I was talking about briefly earlier. And, you know, I've had a chance to kind of interact with those guys and get a little bit involved with them, as well as, you know, the other things I've got going on. So, yeah, so I've put my name forward to this. There's obviously going to be times that aren't particularly suited to them over in the US. So, of course, you know, there's going to be times where that's more suitable to us in the UK. So I've kind of tried to fill in a few of those gaps within that 48 hours and help and support where I can. You know, and even to the point where Keith reached out to me and said, look, let me know your shirt size and your address so I can send you a T-shirt. I don't know the exact details, but I think, because I was like, look, don't pay for a T-shirt to come to me. Just send them to someone else. And he was like, oh, no, it's covered by the charity. They're sending them out, you know, at their sort of cost or whatever, which I thought was great. I think the assumption is that we're going to, or the expectation is that we're going to wear them throughout the stream, which obviously I will. But that'll be quite interesting. So look, guys, this is me just kind of advertising that. Come along if you can. I'm also going to be doing you'll see if you sort of follow the channel and you've got subscribed and notifications on, you will see a test stream go live ready for tomorrow night. Now, tune in if you can. Love you if you could tune in. Obviously, it's only going to be for about an hour between 11 p.m. and 12 p.m. Our time in the UK. But basically, what we're doing is I'm going to try and sort of support and help Keith to navigate StreamYard on a live stream, because he has used it briefly, but he's kind of new to YouTube. He's transitioning at the moment from Instagram. Not transitioning, but he's starting to open up his avenues a little bit and use YouTube. So I've been giving him some advice in that avenue. But yeah, he wants to do this, and they've paid for him to have the premium StreamYard as well as part of this charity event. So he needs kind of a little bit of support to circumnavigate that. So what I've thought the best thing to do is set up an actual live stream, and then within that, sort of kind of pair him up on my sort of channel, and we do a kind of little test. So we can use that as an opportunity to promote the stream, talk to him about anybody who does seem to trip along or come along, but also he can talk to it about it in a bit more detail than I could, but also for me to give him a chance to kind of have a little play with things. So obviously, if there is people in the chat, that would help, because I can show him how to kind of throw comments up and that kind of thing. Not that I'm an expert, but I'm pretty sure we can help him get through it. So if you can come along and support that, and of course the 48-hour build-a-thon, I really appreciate your time. And man, the reason I'm saying that, I guess, that second part was because I'm going to drop you off the admin just for tomorrow, and add Keith in so that he's got access to the stream. So the reason I'm telling you that, I mean, you wouldn't have known otherwise, because obviously I'll set you back up to it like you are now to access the StreamYard as soon as that's done. But in case you did tune in tomorrow and you were trying to work out why you couldn't like move comments around, that'll be why, because all of that, without sounding awful, remove your access temporarily.
That's good.
The only reason for that is so that Keith can do basically what you do and have a go at trying to do everything, and then back to normal. But yeah, so check it out over on Instagram, Brick Together, Click Together. And obviously Keith had the chance to meet him, Mav, and his little Missy B and Brick Maiden, I think, is their kind of core group. Check it out. 48 hours. And obviously, of course, if you can go along and don't make a donation, even better. But it'll be to his YouTube channel rather than mine. So you will have to go across there and subscribe, and obviously follow him on Instagram if you don't already, just so you can get all the details and any updates. And that is my spiel out the way.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, so any questions for the legend that is Papa Trip while we've still got him?
I think I've answered one or two while you on chat. I've avoided it for the most part in the regular interaction, because I don't. I'll do one or the other.
I mean, we had one for Mayo, but he answered that in the chat. So.
Oh, okay, yeah. What's your favorite thing on those awesome shelves?
Yeah, that was for Mrs. Papa Trip.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, that was right. That was the question I had. I don't think that you managed. No, they didn't, because I'm pretty sure. Not unless you wouldn't have been able to buy anything at World of Lights. So I know you guys, after the ad sale, weren't able to pick up anything that Wendy was looking for, which, if I remember rightly, was the BB-8, the Dio, and the Porg, right?
She owns all of them now.
She owns all.
She does now, yeah.
Well, I was going to say, did you manage to get them at BrickWorld or proceed?
No. She, I don't really Facebook much at all, but she does a little bit, and I think she made the connections on Facebook. So we've got her. She's got a BB-8. She's got a Porg. She's got the Dia built over here, and
built already as well. Jesus.
And she's got a. I don't have much of a queue right now. She's got a pretty big queue because she's been building a little bit, but she's the one in our home that's gainfully employed. So that is she's got other responsibilities outside of the dead weight that she calls her husband. But
I'm right there with you, Wendy. My backlog just is only waiting on some free time.
Yeah,
I'm not doing housework, but
I've got a couple, but that's I don't have a big backlog like I have in the past.
Do you build together? What's your
Abby's
setup?
not coming till tomorrow.
She had there's 2 bedrooms up on our main level, and there are 3 on this lower level, and only one of them currently contains beds because she set her office up where she works on one corner of the space, and we shared this office for a little while, which is great, except for the between Lego and 3D printing, it pushed her out, and we'll leave it at that. I understand the truth is she needed her own space, and she does everything for me anyway. So when she can find some way to get a break away from having to, be in the same room, I don't blame her a bit. So she's got her space. Oh, she didn't mention there. She got Fritz Bricks. We got all of the little collectible. They're not minifigures, not CMS, but the ones they did for F1. And she sat on Friday evening as we watched the NASCAR Xfinity, the lower series race, with she did all 12 of the little figures. So I've got to figure out something we do for that. She had brought it in, actually 3D printed a big grid for all of the speed champs. So we're getting ready to put those up on a wall out in the big room.
Answer to Mayo's question.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, I was just saying she also said that I don't allow the puppy dogs in the Lego office, which is true, except for Shumi, my big older boy, and she's got a big couch and 5 or 6 dog beds in her office, and they can go in there, and I can't abide the allergy issues I have if they're all over me all the time.
Same. And I think Martin's probably rethinking letting his cats have rule of the roost as well now after what happened. Did you hear about his cats and when he got back from BrickWorld?
No.
Yeah, well, it was my own fault because I didn't have room anyway. That's why I bought new shelves. But I left with the X-wing, the UCS X-wing, on the top of the cat scratcher.
Oh no!
When I came back, well, I had a message. I had a message. I had a message from my neighbour. Of course, they didn't have my glasses on first of all, and all I could see first of all was roughly, "I've just come in your cat," and I thought, "Oh my god, my cat's died or something." But I put my glasses on, and it said, "Your cat's knocked over your X-wing." I went, "Oh, never mind, that's all right." I will say, because people, when I bought it and stuff, they said, "Oh, it's a terrible build and stuff," and I was like, I found it quite a good build and I enjoyed it. Rebuilding it, no. Bloody hell, every time I put something on, another bit would fall off, and I was like, I ain't doing this again. But it's done now. It's done. So
rebuilding from a disaster like that is not a fun part of.
No, I almost felt like
I love that.
I almost felt like taking the whole thing apart and starting from scratch, but I did manage to, in the end, do it without taking it all apart. So that's. But it's now on the top shelf now. My new shelves, nice and safe.
I'm not a cat guy, and that is totally because of the allergy issue. It's not anything else. So, but I don't have anything nice to say about your cats. I'm sorry.
Let me show you the one who did it. Him.
Your issues are a result of your choices. In this case, to have cats, and that's
this is Boris, and Boris is the one who did it.
Yeah.
So there you go.
He looks guilty as well, in fairness.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a little.
I'm being smart ass. You. I'm glad you enjoy your cats.
Question from Sir Muttley. Papa Trip, is there anything that you want day one from the August Star Wars wave?
There will be a few purchases, and I'm trying to think. So the August wave, is it August or September when we get K2SO? I think it's September for K2SO. That's a big one for me. But I do know there's some good stuff due in August, and I apologize. That's the part of the problem.
Slave One.
This thing, yeah, the play scale Slave One isn't at the top of my list. I don't know if it'll be a day one buy. I'll buy it because we usually buy most everything in the thing.
Funny enough, that's the only one I'm interested in.
The what? The Slave One?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just got the UCS Slave One, and I've got the Hyperring set that came with the Angry Django and several years ago, and I got the corporate tank droid that came with the Smiley Django. You know, those are all, because I've not been doing it that long. Those were all, you know, after retirement.
For some reason, the UCS one just didn't do it for me. But I'm just more interested in the play one because obviously it's going to be about the same size as the last Boba Fett's one, and I've got that, so I thought it would go nice together. The two smaller ones. I know they're small and that, but you know, get an extra figure.
That's what I've done with. Well, you can't really see. Let me do that. You can kind of almost see the.
Yeah, see, I haven't got the
both the.
Both of the one, yeah. I think if I had Boba Fett's one, I probably would have, but because I've only got the small one, I thought, and yeah, you get an extra figure with it. So I thought, yeah, that's about the only thing. I mean, to be honest with you, being a big Star Wars fan, I've not been impressed with this year's anyway, to be honest. I know it's a bit of a hot take, and people are saying it's one of the best years, and I'm like, nah, not for me. It is if you're a prequel and a clone fan, yeah, but for someone like me who's OT, there's not a lot. Unless you want to spend $1,000, which I won't be doing.
Yeah, obviously the look forward to some things coming up, Star Wars and otherwise. That and I think it is Chicken Walker,
ATST,
yeah, all terrain.
Is it Scout Walker or
Scout Trooper?
Scout.
Looking forward to that, and yeah, they're August is going to be a nice month, which it usually is, as I understand with Lego anyway. So Muttley. I'm looking very much forward when it gets here. The Death Star, the K2SO, and I've even pre-ordered the Hot Toys K2SO, but it won't be here until next summer.
I probably will get the K2S one, but not this year. Probably get it next year or something. Wait for it to go on sale.
Well, Muttley might have to kind of remind us what exactly is coming out. From what I can gather, it's the V19 Torrent, the Turbo Tank, the Slave One, and is it the AT? No, the
MTT.
MTT. Sorry, that's it.
Oh yeah.
There may be one or two more, but those are the only ones I can think of.
Yeah, buildable Ewok.
Buildable Ewok. Yeah.
I just feel like they've done too many buildable characters this year. Far too many.
Well, I'm not gonna do the Ewok when it shows up. This is, and I'll do that to honor my friend Hive. He has. I don't know if he's deathly allergic to Ewoks.
You know, someone's gonna buy it for him and send it to him, aren't they? They're going to. You just know it.
They need to send him an epinephrine pen to inject himself because it might kill him. The allergy to Ewok might.
Yeah. Yeah, I did notice it was getting a bit spotty. Wendy, thanks for pointing that out. That storm must be moving down from the Chicago area. Must be moving down from the Chicago area because I know that Amy was experiencing that earlier in the stream as well. So it's crazy to think it's kind of moving down that coast there, probably, or it could be a completely different storm altogether. But
I'm going to say something now, which is rare. God, blimey, it is getting a bit hot.
It is warm, isn't it? It's humid. I'm gonna have to turn my aircon unit up as well. Where's my control gone for it? Christ, what am I?
Stuck my fan on in my bedroom ready for tonight. So,
but look, guys, we're coming up on 4 hours. We've had a fantastic stream because lots of firsts. Papa Trip.
Before we go though, I do need to do something because it's obviously the first in 2 days' time.
Of course it is. Sorry, mate. You really just got to give me a kick in the gut sometimes.
I know. I mean, obviously, hopefully people see it on replay, but always end up doing it at the end of the shift.
Keeps people.
I will say though, I'd probably because I filmed it today and I thought, you know, I'll film it so it's all done and then I can send it off. Well, because I was so like in that mode, I posted it straight away. So bloody hell, I can't spoil it already today. People might have already seen it. But anyway, so obviously what I said last week, because I wanted to use the sig figures again, but it went down like a lead balloon. So I have slightly changed it. And I'm quite impressed. I'm quite pleased. So obviously this time last year I did a box of boys because it was the set that the ACOG did. So this year they've done another one. So I've incorporated all the sig figs. And so we have a box of... Oh, God, it looks all odd. That's better. Is that better? A box of boys on tour.
Oh, boy.
Thing is, it's very difficult because look, I can't really... So basically, right, over here, it is on my Instagram, but you'll see Cool Han is on the drums, showing off his Welsh flag. You've got Hive on the guitar.
Ukulele.
Ukulele. At the back, which is quite hard to see because of the light. Let me see if I can turn that light off, see if it makes a difference. Hold on.
It's reflecting off your monitor, mate. So unless you've got an independent camera,
still not.
No, we can see us. We can see ourselves in this, literally,
right, so basically,
figuratively.
Right at the back, you've got 3 backing singers, which is PNG, Papa Trip, and Ken from Brick Dynasty. Then you've got, you can just about see Ken there. Then at the front, you've got Sean showing his love for Coop. You've got Duck Bricks giving out the box of boys. You've got Brent there. No, sorry, it was Brent. Now you've got Sean, sorry. Doing a shout out for Fritz. At the back on musical instruments, can't say it properly. You've got Tyler and you've got Shy on sort of a saxophone, and basically I took the musical things from the band from the Cantina, and then while that's going on, we've got Ostip and Padawan having a smoochy dance, and it also looks like Padawan's got his ring. He looks like he might be proposing. So there it is. That's like I said, if you look at it on Instagram, you'll see a better. Yeah, if I do that, it looks. So you've got July's Boxer Boys is a box of Boys on tour.
Hey,
there you go. Sorry that it's but yeah, please check it out on Instagram or my Facebook. Be a clearer picture. There.
And YouTube?
No, no. See, the thing is, I never started it on YouTube, so I've just never. Yeah, I felt it weird if I started now. So I, maybe one day I'll do a whole thing where I show all of them. But I was supposed to do that on the yearly anniversary.
Yeah, I remember you saying. I was waiting for that one.
And I never got round to it.
Join the club, mate.
You exercise
because, like I said, I wanted to use the sig figs again because it's a rare thing and I really liked them. But obviously, like I said, it went down like a lead balloon. So I thought, I'll do something different. So, and I thought, I'll get Martin on the drums, and because obviously drums will also usually have their. So I thought, put his flag on the front, and so there you go. It's a bit of fun. I enjoy it.
You exercised enough creativity for the three of us there. I'm impressed with your work.
100%.
Yeah, like I said, it's like a concert. So you've got people playing instruments, you've got backing singers, you've got So, and the first thing I thought of though when I did it was, before anything else, was Ostiv and Padawan having a dance. That was the first thing.
Well, I tell you what, it's a good job you did, because you didn't know Papa Trip was coming on. It's a good job you did have him in there, because that'd have been embarrassing otherwise, wouldn't it?
No, of course he was. Of course he was going to go in there.
Yeah.
I mean, there was two other sig figs that I couldn't fit in. I won't mention.
Yeah,
who,
good.
But...
Well, good job. Shy wasn't the guest then, wasn't it?
Well, he was in there.
Yeah,
was he?
Yeah,
he's
at the back playing the saxophone.
Yeah, sorry, you did say. Yeah,
he's next to Tyler, who's playing like a bassoon, is it? A bit like that.
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, you did say, yeah.
And obviously, I stuck that thing at the back as well, that it's on tour. But yeah, I'll tell you what. And I looked today, and I thought, I'm not paying that. But I got roughly an idea of what I wanted to do. But on a figure short, I want. Hopefully, it won't give too much away. But I want to try and get the young Leia. But I'm not paying that for it. You almost pay the price for young Leia is almost the same price as if I bought the set.
Yeah, I bought the set and I got a really good deal. And I left it for Kirsty while I was away.
My guess is you'll be able to pick her up before too long, and
Yeah, I'll wait for it because it will die down when it die down and stuff. So
yeah, I've still got 2 left to go. So,
or hopefully maybe the little lad at work wants a set, but he's not interested in the figure.
Yeah, that's what I did with Kirsty. So I bought her the droid set just so she had some Lego to do whilst I was away. She was obviously alone here for like a week or whatever. But Bryce did say that on the caveat was that the Leia figure was for me, for my collection, which is fair enough. So she's already dug it out. But yeah, one last shout out, which I forgot about. As you guys might have remembered us plugging it earlier in June, before June, I think it was. Joel's Bricks, aka good friend of the show, Joel, was doing 30 days of mocks. I think it was for charity, I can't remember, but a challenge that he was doing. And mine, he basically asked some guys for some suggestions, some friends. I was the Space Invaders guy. I said Space Invaders. I wanted to think out of the box a little bit, make it relatively easy for him. And I got picked out, I think it was 7th. But he had it on a wheel and he would pick it out and do a mock each day. So some of these are very complicated. Some of these are like brickheads. Some of them are like mosaic. Some of them are flat out scenes. It was going to take me too long to try and get them all blown up to full size. But this guy, I've bumped into this guy a few times at brick conventions in the UK, and he does some fantastic stuff on a sort of medium to small scale, and he's really good. So go and check him out if you haven't already on Instagram. Go and check him out.
Yours? Is it a little Space Invader one? Is that yours?
Well, yeah, my suggestion, not my mock.
No, well, it's cool though.
Yeah, so I just suggested Space Invader because he was looking for things that he could mock, and of course, I'm not going to put like the Leaning Tower of Pisa because obviously it's going to be so people put different things. And he just kind of picked them out randomly and did a different mock every day. Now, obviously, he didn't physically do it daily. He did picked out a couple at a time and built them, but he released them daily. So it was just a little. And I fell out of touch with this because it was a BrickWorld, so I need to get back into it. So he's got a couple of days left to go, I believe. But yeah, so go and check that out on Instagram and YouTube. Joel's Bricks, good friend of the show.
I can't believe this. It's the end of the stream now, and I did all this earlier on, and we didn't even have it going along the bottom of the screen, did we?
No, probably not.
Oh, dear, useless. Never mind.
If you're still kicking about, guys, and we did have a couple of new people in today, especially some of Papa Trip's family and friends. Subscribe. Don't forget to click that bell for notifications. You only get usually one a week from me, so you won't be inundated. Subscribe, like, comment on the chat if you can, both now or after. It does help. And yeah, hit the bell, and we'll see you in the next one. So,
great show, so,
guys. I appreciate the time. Thank you to Amy for stopping by. Finally got her on. Papa Trip, the same. 2 legends in the community, both the mother and the father. No connection, but of the community. And we also had a stop in from one of our new hosts, Nimble, as well as a kind of stop by from
Slurpy.
The champion animator himself, the stop motion maestro, Slurpy, did his little stop in. So yeah, we've got a fruitful show.
I said, I probably won't be on. I might pop in if I can. Like I said, I'm working till 10, so I will be on afterwards because you're normally on till 11 anyway. Whether I can pop in like I normally do, I don't know, because it's obviously I'm working with someone, so they might get a bit funny. I don't know.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, won't do it now, but I'm seeing you Friday, aren't I?
Yeah, you are. Sorry, yeah. Sorry about that, Christ. Yeah. So yeah, we're meeting up in Cardiff.
Yeah. Well, I'm
trying to get some content filmed.
I mean, I was going to say, I mean, whether just talk about it privately or whatever, but I was going to say, if if it was hassle for you to go to Cardiff and me getting there and parking, I don't mind just popping around and picking it up from your house. Unless you don't want to know where, you don't want me to know where you live.
No, I don't know you're bothered about that. It's just there's not really a lot going on here, and yeah. So
because I am thinking, is it because it's about the same price, and it's like is like the bus station and the train station quite close?
To where?
To like Cardiff, like the main shopping, where we would meet.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking about maybe doing one or the other instead of driving and trying to find a bloody and because the last time that cost me a bloody bomb in that car park.
Yeah, you parked in the wrong place, mate. I would find a cheaper place for you to park. But again, if you add that to petrol versus a train, you'll have to see what's cheaper, because I wouldn't know from Bristol. So,
well, I think the train's something like 17 something for a return, and I think the coach was more actually. I think it was 18.50 return.
Well, look, hey, I'll leave it up to you, mate. Like I said, I don't drive, so it's easy for me to say train is easier. But it's up to you, and of course you got to lug the stuff back then as well. But I was just thinking we can meet up. We can go and do a trip to the Lego store. Maybe have a little look. Have a little look around Cardiff. Grab something to eat.
Maybe give me a map as well and let me know.
Maybe I'll meet you at the train station.
Car park. Or better car park, because obviously also that took me about an hour and a half to get out of that car park. God, that was the worst car park I've ever been in.
Yeah, if you park on the outskirts of town, you'll pay next to nothing. But the only problem with me is that it's you navigating yourself there, so I'd have to try and find a postcode for you. But we can sort that out, mate. Yeah, we'll sort that out. Don't worry about it. But it's not. It won't be a full day because of the travel in and back. But we can. We'll definitely have a couple of hours.
But the other thing you just said as well, mate, is I'm still not being able to eat much. So, it's still going. Yeah, mate, it's still going on. I'm sorry, but I had a bit of a sequel today about it.
I'm sure we can find somewhere that does cheesecakes.
But I will say though, because they put me on build-up drinks as well. I will say it's probably haven't noticed. But when I got back from BrickWorld, I realised that I'd lost 1.5 stone. I was 8.5 stone. I am now 9, so I am gradually putting it on back.
Oh, there you go.
But it just depends. Some days I'm fine at eating, and like today at lunchtime, no, it wasn't. No. But then by tea time, it was fine. So yeah. Anyway,
that would be even more of a nightmare for me because I love my food.
Yeah, well, so do I. Well, like I said, I've got the camera going back down on the 16th, so hopefully they're. Talking of food.
So this is us, guys. Bye, Papa Chip. Thanks for sharing your amazing shelves from Paddy the Theatre Dog, aka Sarah. But yeah, guys, look, thanks for popping by. Appreciate you all, and for those 9 viewers who are still holding on after 4 hours. I tell myself every week we'll keep it sub 3 hours, but it never happens. But great show. Appreciate it. I appreciate the guests and the hosts. And
earlier, Paddy the Theatre Dog did put. I tried to put it out. But she's not actually watched the Star Wars films. So, Sarah, go and watch the Star Wars films.
Yeah.
No excuses.
4, 5, 6 first, then 1, 2, 3.
Papa Rex.
In my opinion.
Papa Rex, my brother. I'm look forward to seeing you hopefully sooner than later.
Stay fresh, cheese bags.
Like you a Sir Do, a Lego track shoulder, which we welcome all. Talking shit, spitball. balling and busting your balls. We all love Star Wars, the united cause. But as long as you love Lego, it ain't breaking no laws. We got guests, clock talking random.